Okay. Should be up on stream with the slides right now.
Right.
And the audio is working, so
Great.
we'll see. And guys, you're going to have to give us a minute to set up. While we set up, we are going to run the slides. It is really important. And you might know this by now, but if you just joined the charity stream, every $5 donation is going to give you a ticket for a ton of great giveaways. And it is very important. So if you donate, you're going to enter some giveaways. But if you do donate, it is very, very important that you specify your in-game username with your donation. If you don't, it's going to be hard to give you the things that you want with your donation. So really need to do that. And I'm just trying to work with the dashboard right now.
I think I don't think you're online yet, Coach.
OBS is telling me that I'm streaming.
Oh, maybe there's a more significant delay. I'm on the HexTCG ExtraLife cast right now, and it's still cycling the starter slides.
Huh. Well, that's me.
Oh.
If you see the slides, that's us. That's us.
We're good.
Other dude is very quiet, however. Oh yeah, that's the let me fix that. Okay, so we're not going to run in-game music for a second there, but yeah. We need to adjust the stream overlay. And we should be good. Defeat. Oh no. Yeah, defeat. Alright guys, we're going to set up. Sorry, you would have used the time to set up before the stream, but we had to do a great podcast while we were just before the stream, so this is how we ended up here. But give me a second. Still need to fine-tune the setup, and then we should be good to go. Alright, that works. First try. Great. So I'm going to add Nico now. Whoa.
Hope everyone can hear me a little bit better.
Yeah. No, that was my that you don't need to upgrade your volume. That was my OBS that had the desktop volume at 50%.
Oh, okay. I'll
So,
deboost.
Yeah, deboost because we have feedback now.
Okay, good to know.
So give me a sec here. There you go. There you go. Should be. Yep.
All right.
Guys, can you hear Nico? Well, a bit more than what you are right now, though. It feels like you're 50% lower than what you were originally.
All right, let me try again.
Got some filters.
6 levels.
Going to play with this.
Is that better? Can you hear me better now?
That's perfect.
Okay, great.
Okay. So we're going to get there.
My head is flying around.
OBS is a lot of trial and error, but we're going to get there. Bottom, we're going to go with 260. Not 320. 310. Whoa. And alright, that seems like it. And then we go. I swear it's going to be better. Something like that. It's going to take a second, guys. We're going to get there. Magic of live television.
Ooh, ah.
Hey, look at that. It's not too bad. Works now?
I'm
Perfect.
here.
I'm going to need to add you on every scene though, but that's not too much of a problem. So we
okay.
are live, and we're going to do a ton of stuff tonight. The first thing is that we're going to do a speed run with a few members of the Wardens of Intrat, and there's a ton of giveaways to be done tonight as well. The key things with the giveaways is that we're going to give away a bunch of stuff that are going to be just straight up from the stream. There's at least one an hour. And on top of that, we've got some donation incentives. So as you can see here, somewhere along these lines, on the bottom of the stream, there's a bunch of incentives there that if you want to participate and donate during the stream, we're going to unlock a ton of giveaways. And least of which is additional spoiler, because who doesn't like spoilers? So if we get to 1000 during this segment, we're going to have a very, very cool PVE spoiler. And it is a spoiler that is going to tie in with Adventure Zone 2 lore, and it's going to give us some glimpse of maybe what's coming in the next Adventure Zone even. So that's a pretty cool one, and it's going to be very interesting. But in the meantime, what we're going to do tonight, there's a speed run. We've got 4 runners that are going to battle for bragging rights on the charity stream to see who's going to be the fastest to reach Adventure Zone 2 with a brand new character. And the rules are that they cannot modify the deck, they cannot use mercenaries, they can use tenants as they get them, but they're going to use the starter deck for the character, and they're going to rush through the content until they reach the Adventure Zone 2 map. And once they do, it ends. We're not going to do a time run, it is just a race. Usually it takes about 60 minutes. It's going to go fast, and there's going to be a lot of things going on. So I had to recruit some help for the casting with Nico here. So it is likely the expert in PvE or close to it, and has a weekly not a weekly is it monthly on the official website?
I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's monthly.
Okay. And for PvE, tons of great deck, and also shout out to Cornerstone, who's helping with the donation incentives. We've got many great players that helped, and we've got tons of fun. But if we review the donation incentive, because if you love PvE, you're going to want to get these donation incentives in. The first one, the first $10, and I should start by documenting where we're at with the donation when we started the stream. Stream started at 10:50.
Nice. So everything here is just gravy at this point. They're all over.
So anything above 10:50. Yeah, 20k during the stream would be awesome. I guarantee you that I'm adding crazy prices if we do that. But first 10 is going to be a Frustrating Arena Terror Brewery starter kit. You're going to get most of the common and uncommons you need to get that they're going, and a lot of the rare, including 4 copies of Spiraling End. At $20, we get a full set of Chronic Madness. This is about, what, close to $25-$30 of value? With a Chronic Madness?
Yeah, easily $20 of value. Easily.
And then we ramp things up 50 with Slithering Marauder. This is a Kickstarter exclusive with the equipment, 4 copies. And once you have that, you have one of the most powerful cards in PvE right now. So that's going to be great. 4 copies, a full set. At 100, Angel of Foresight. I added it in the giveaways because this is the card that I love the most in X. And it's tons of fun. And eventually we're going to get very hard content that are going to require very long fights, and Angel of Foresight is going to be key card there, I guarantee it. So Angel of Foresight with equipment, that's about $50 at value. It's a very hard card to get, and very cool. Going to 100, we're going to have 200, we're going to have Forgotten Triolet. This is an absolute PvE powerhouse with the equipment. There are tons of great decks that exist right now, the most powerful decks. They use that card, and it's going to be used in the future for sure. It might get changed a bit, but right now it's not a problem, and it is a beast. And as long as it is not changed, you do want a set of Triolet if you're interested in PvE. Next up, at 300, we're going to get Jovial Pipit Alternate Art Sleeve and 4 copies of the Alternate Art card. And I can show you here. This is a card that was this is a sleeve that was only available during the one of the in real life event that X was participating. Was it the it's not Convocation 2016, it was one of the Gamescom, I believe. 2014.
I can't remember where the Pipit sleeve came from. I think it was I want to say 2015.
Chat says 2014.
2014, okay, nice.
So this is the sleeve here that you'll be getting. A code with the sleeve, it's guaranteed, it's not a chance.
Oh, says it on the sleeve.
And you, oh yeah, it says on the sleeve, Gen Con 2014. Hey. And also you're going to get 4 copies of the alternate art card that goes with it as well. So that's 300. 400, you're going to get 4 mercenaries from the Kickstarter rewards. These cannot be purchased right now. If you were in the Kickstarter with an higher end of tier, you would get some amount of mercenaries, and they're fantastic. So we've got Bebo, we've got Ebonrock, we've got Glorfenborg, and Zoltag. These are very significant mercenaries, and they're all value more than $5, and that's a lot of value. 500 is where this gets really interesting. We're going to add a Portentio, a Brosibox, and a Gax. And these were from Convocation, these were from live event as well. I would say the hardest mercenaries to get right now. Would that be right?
What's that? I'm sorry, Coach.
Portentio, Brosibuck, and Gax, they are likely the hardest mercenary to get in a game right now.
Oh yeah, easily. I'm trying to think of, is there a harder one to get? Probably not. Yeah, and Gax is probably one of the most rare mercenaries. Also one of the most fun to play.
Yeah, and their combined value is well over $50, I would say. So that's a lot of value right there. We've got a price PVE giveaway for tonight. If we get there, 700 Storm Cold with the equipment for the Storm of the Century. This one was one hell of an equipment to get. Super hard, super hard to get. And
yes.
It
is extremely hard to get.
And I believe the last one that traded on the auction house was something like 3,000 platinum.
Wow. Yeah, and I've seen them sell for 5,000.
Yeah. And the hardest mercenary to get would be Salty Sam, because there was only one tournament with him. And
yeah, I'm trying to see if I even have an extra Salty Sam. Okay, so Coach, before you get to the very last incentive, the additional set 8 spoiler, I will throw in 2 incentives at the high end.
Oh, so nice.
If we get to 1,200, I'll give away a Salty Sam, and if we get to 2,000, I'll give away a Spectral Oak.
Nice. So
more incentive.
Excellent. So guys, we're going to try and get everything. Spectral Oak is also extremely hard to get, and if you're interested in PvE, you definitely want oaks, because at some point we're going to get content that is hard enough to justify using them, and once we have that, these are consumables. So once we start draining them from the game, at some point it's going to be valuable, and it's nice to have your own personal supply of these. So thanks for the donation incentive. So Spectral Oak, just taking a few notes. And here you go. So, for the main event tonight, we're going to set up a speed run with a bunch of very fine PvE players, I might add. and going to take a second there to start the call here with Discord. Hopefully it doesn't interfere. Here we go. And here I am. So can you guys hear me on Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Excellent.
and I think if I talk on here, I'm gonna echo, so I'm gonna leave this call. Or maybe I should stay to hear everybody.
Yeah, you need to mute yourself on
I think if I talk on here, I'm gonna echo, so I'm gonna leave this call. Or
no,
maybe I
no.
should
You need to
everybody.
stay. You need to stay on both call, but mute yourself on Discord.
Okay, so I muted myself
No, no.
on Discord.
You need to
Hopefully
stay.
that works.
You need to stay on both call, but mute yourself on Discord. Okay, guys. Runners, put yourself on mute, and if you have the stream open, you're going to create feedback. So close the audio on the stream if you want to have your mic open. If not, we're going to have a bit of a problem. So we're going to do this. And
Well, if you have headphones, it should be fine, right?
Okay, I'll close the stream.
Yeah,
I'll
should be
hear you.
yeah, if you have headphones, that should be fine. So let me bring back Nico here. And
Looks good, mate.
hey guys, I'm going to do the presentation real quick. I'm going to ask you to present yourself, and then we should be good to go.
And Coach, you may want to mute me on Skype as well, or mute yourself on Skype so that you can hear me
Oh.
through Skype.
Yeah.
It's kind of backwards, but that'll help.
No, that works. Well,
Perfect. Thanks so much. That helped.
yeah. So figuring things out here, guys, setting this up, and we tested it last night. It was great. Let's see, video. Oh yeah, that works. Perfect. Is this not? Okay, I need to do this. Okay. So here we are. We have 4 runners. So it's going to be a bit tricky to run this with Discord, but bear with us, guys. So I need to find out who's where. So okay, so Nemenex is top. So Nemenex as the first runner on the top. What can you tell us about yourself a bit before we start running?
Just ate pizza. No, sleepy. Should be able to run fast though.
Excellent, excellent.
Nemelix
So
says that pizza makes him fast. Good to know.
and then we have Charity, name is Zard. Who's that? Got a elf ranger female bottom left. Charity name Naz. So that would be Naz.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, Naz. Yeah.
I named my pet Charity.
Well, we had that mess up last night. Hey guys, it's Naz or Nazar Snap. You guys know me, so looking forward to running real fast tonight.
Naz bottom left. All right. And then in the middle we have Speedster. Who that might be?
It's Axel. Hello,
Oh.
guys.
Hey, Axel.
What to say about me? I'm from Greece. It's really early in the morning here, so I'm taking a cup of coffee. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really proud to be a member of the Wardens.
Yeah,
Go
and
Wardens!
yo, go Wardens. And for those who may not know, there's a lot of stuff in the background that helps keep running the Wardens, and Axel is one of the most active members of the Wardens. He usually does the update to the Adventurers Companion these past few weeks. He's been doing an amazing job at that, and he's working on some deck breakdowns as well, so very cool to have him here. And last
You're
but not
making me
least,
blush now.
last but not least would be Goliathus.
Yo, I'm Goatus from Malaysia.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm ready to run.
Yeah, right. So you get your names right, guys. It's not going to tell you that you have an invalid name now. With it? Because last night when we tried it, first thing, and we started, and we had half the runners with invalid name, and it didn't work.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the Axel who did that, he still won.
Yeah. So
And I took the river, huh?
and you took the river, which was a bit weird, but that worked out for you. Let me just here in the chat. I'll point to I created a quick map of all the encounters that the guys are going to do this run, and I'm going to just find it real quick here. Going to link the tweet in the chat, just so you guys are aware of it.
Do you want to go over the basic rules that we're going to be
Yeah.
doing the run with?
So the
quick
rules
before
are
we
at the
start?
the rule are at the bottom of the stream right now. So we're starting from character creation, and we want to reach the Adventure Zone 2 map as quickly as possible. The guys will be using the default starter deck with their character, and they cannot modify it. They cannot use mercenaries. They can use, however, talents as they get them. And you'll see that there's a key part of the run that will be using specific talents. It lasts for about 60 minutes. One thing to note is that all players will be using the Elf Ranger character. If they'd be using different character race class combination, we would know before we start which one would win, because there are certain characters that are way faster than other ones, and the Elf Ranger is the fastest, and it's not close. Venom Ranger is behind, not that far, but Elf Ranger definitely the fastest. And one of the reasons I wanted to showcase this run here is that if you're a new player and you're on your starting collection, you don't have any other additional cards, you can create an Elf Ranger, get to Adventure Zone 2 in 60 minutes, get a bunch of packs, and get some gold. So if you're on a starting collection, you don't want to invest anything, but you're good at playing the game, you can farm a decent amount of cards just by doing the speed run. And you're going to have 4 very good examples there, and it's going to be a ton of fun. So guys, I believe we are ready to start. Are you guys ready?
Ready?
Let's go.
Yes.
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 Yeah. All right. So we're going to do the countdown, but your cursor on create character, create champion, and we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So we're starting first part.
Oh no, I loaded last.
Oh no. Pretty close to being in sync.
Yeah, it was pretty great. So we're not going. We don't want to break a world record or something. We don't have a timer for tonight. It's just a pure race.
Yeah, I think Yossi has that record. I don't know if anyone can beat him. I think he uses black magic or something.
Yes, he is pretty darn fast, and he helped us figure out most of the early details of the run. So thank you, Yessi. I know you're in the chat right now, and for helping us test and set up things up for the run. Really appreciate it.
I'm pretty sure Yossi has a supercomputer too. He's not human.
So Nico, what can you tell us about the first 2 encounters in the first dungeon, which would be the Crayburn Castle?
So yeah, they're in Crayburn Castle now. So this very first encounter here is going to just be an encounter against your own race, the kind of the racial leader of the area. So it's usually a really easy fight because they only have 10 health and they start with a very small number of cards in their hand. They're moving so quick that it's even difficult to but it's usually a pretty easy fight where your opponent's just going to play like 2 or 3 different troops and swing at you while you're able to kind of go over the top with your pet, because your pet will have flight and get in that 10 damage very quickly. I am going to go into the matches myself as well so that I can give more detailed information as they're playing through, because this is going so quickly that it's going to be hard to comment on anything that's Crayburn Castle or before.
Yeah, and one of the key things here that you're going to see, and I think some of you may have catched it for the screens right now, is that when you're doing the speed run, you're removing most of the stops that you have. You know, this little thingy on the left where when you're in a game, when you can set stops during the fights, you can set stops at the start of your main phase, at the end of the turn, but most of the runners will use only 1 or 2 stops for the whole run. And for the easier, earlier fights, they usually use only 1 stop, which would be their own main phase, and that's the only stop that they have. Later down the road, there's going to be some harder fights, like they're using the starter deck, so some of the fights will definitely be challenging, and they're going to use at least 1 more stops, which would be the blocker phase. Because even though they want to run fast, they need to deal with the kind of hands that they have, and some opponents do have removal, and they're pretty all in on their flying bee right now.
Yeah, the flying bee
is
is
especially annoying with their removal.
Yeah.
That is true.
Because it's free.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of stuff like that, but also maybe we can, while the runner to the Crayburn Castle, which is the introduction, so there's not a lot to talk about. The fights are pretty, streamlined. You're going to put your use your ranger power, your pet, and put it in play on turn 2. And since you're playing an elf ranger, your pet is a bee that has flying. So this is what makes this race class combination so good at doing times attacks and speedruns like that, is that the bee has flying. And the default deck has a couple ways to make it bigger. And usually you can just put the bee on turn 2, make it bigger, and then attack, and win the game really, really fast.
Exactly, like Wild Aura.
Yeah,
like
I
we see
normally
being
mulligan
played.
and if I don't have a Wild Crush or the Rage action.
Yep. And if we're just reviewing the racial class traits, if you're playing an elf, you're going to have Long Life, which is racial talent that gives +6 starting health. Artistic as an elf, which is in dungeon. When you defeat a dungeon, there's 25% chance to earn a random Stardust. Well, that's cool. It's 25% at the end of each dungeon. And Taste of Finer Things, when you're level 15. The guys right now, obviously they're not level 15, they're level 1. But once you reach maximum level with an elf, you get -1 cost on all your legendary card, which is extremely powerful. If you don't have a max level elf in your roster of characters in the campaign, you need one. Likely an elf, but Ranger is definitely very strong as well. The last one is the race class combination, which is range expertise, bow and arrow. So it's a 3-shot. It's the only it's the only multiple shot in the game, I think.
Yeah, and that's the
There might be a
one
2-shot somewhere, but I have a hard time thinking of it.
Yeah, so
that can be really powerful early on, just to get something off the board while you're zooming through.
yeah, and when you're doing the speedrun, there is some board state where you will be using. So what it does is that it costs 0, and there's 50% chance to deal 1 damage to an opposing target troop. So there's a few scenarios within the speedrun where the guys will have to deal with 1 toughness, 1 defense, either flight troop or troop on the ground that are blocking them, and being able to kill them often will lead to a faster kill. But definitely wisely using that power is going to be key here in the speedrun. And obviously the less they use it, the faster they go. So they don't want to use it, but sometimes if you're quick to find a good opening for it, it can save you a turn or 2.
Definitely. We see that they're almost done with Crayburn Castle. In fact, it looks like we have a finisher already. So, oh, no, still 1 more encounter. Once they get through here, they'll start on the normal pathway through AZ1. This is considered the first dungeon, even though it's a racial specific dungeon. And then there are 2 more dungeons for them to tear through before they get to AZ2. So after Crayburn, we're looking at about 45 minutes of speedrunning until they will potentially get to AZ2.
Yeah.
I just started Oh, I can't hear Nico, so I don't know if I'm accidentally talking over.
Yeah, we can't hear Nico.
Okay, so Coach, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mute myself on Skype.
Okay.
So we'll just both be muted there and use video chat. And I'll unmute here.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So I'm here on Discord now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So when I talk, you'll know what I'm saying.
Okay, so while you continue commenting, I'm going to add name tags on the stream so it's easier to follow.
Perfect. So let me see here where we're at. So it looks like just a few more finishing up in Crayburn Castle. We have one of the things I wanted to also comment on is for those of you that have not played any of the PVE, each class from either the Ardent or Underworld side have like their arch nemesises, and that's why we're seeing the elves go up against the dwarfs. The elves are an Ardent race, and the dwarfs are an Underworld race, and they're kind of like mortal enemies here, at least for the PVE environment. So that is what we're seeing here, and I am having a hard time seeing where we're at here. Okay, so
I'm
are we
just
all
finishing
on
up.
the final? I think we're all on the final Crayburn Castle dungeon.
Yeah, I just killed
Encounter.
the tower.
Nice. Okay, so I think Nemelix, you're in the lead. So we'll see. Everyone's really close, and that looks like that was the final swing on our screen. So we're moving into AZ1 on Nemelix's screen, and everyone is super close. So this is going to be a good race. And there's Axel, there's Naz. Okay. Looks like Axel just finished up as well. He is, yeah, okay. Everyone's really close.
I was worried too because I had to reset my first fight.
I noticed that, yeah. So you're going fast. So it looks like Axel's making use of his talent really early. That's great. And we are moving into the first encounter in AZ2, which is a feral root bear. The feral root bear is a pretty easy encounter as well. There's an optional side quest on this that I think everyone's going to avoid, but it gives you the ability to tame a card. And when you tame a card, and if I'm talking over Coach, I apologize, but now I can't hear you.
No, I'm not talking.
Oh, you're not talking. Okay, good. So you are there, but the feral root will spawn a bunch of 2/1s that must attack. So making use of the elf starting racial health, you can just kind of avoid that, and then with your pet, just continue to swing in. This one's a pretty fast fight too. The first several encounters before the bridge, most of the encounters start with about 10 to 12 health, so they're really easy to chew through.
Yep.
The important thing to note with the bear is it can summon these toads, which can kill your bee if you're not.
Yes.
So you want to kill them before turn, I think 4 or
5. Yeah, I think it's 5.
I forget how much the toad costs.
It's 5.
That.
It's 5. It's basic. 1 white threshold 5. Summon a dire toad. It also has something that is a wide troop have crush. So the bee does have crush.
I never noticed that.
And I think there's a very small chance that they can play a toad from their hand on 4, but it's pretty rare. And I'm not 100% on that. It's been a while since I've seen that dire toad played.
How much does it cost?
It costs 4. I'm pretty sure it's 4.
Yeah, I think it's 4.
And it's pretty hard to kill them before that.
Yes. So right now we've got Nemelix that is on the Cockatoice fight. We've got Axel just wrapping up the feral root fight. We've got Naz who's starting the Cockatoice fight. And we've got Goliathus that is wrapping up the feral root fight as well. Well, it just started again. That was a bit of a bummer, but that's okay. So the Cockatoice starts with 12 health. It has a 3 cost basic power with 1 blood threshold, summon a Chickatoice. It has the dying cry power. When a beast dies, deals 1 damage to each champion. And one of the key things here is that if you end up somehow in a stall board against the Chica twice and then you attack with everything, if you're low enough on health, you might be dying from the attack because of the power.
Yeah, that power is kind of nasty. It's good to have the flyer in this as well because there's no scenario where those blocks are dealing damage to yourself.
I started with a charge on that fight. I forget, like, I don't know why, though.
Oh, and we've got Nemenex that's going through the next fight, which would be Savage Lord. Now, this one is the first one that is that has a higher cushion of difficulty, just because it can be extremely aggressive. An attack for 10 damage crush easily in the first few turns. So often when you're all in on offense, if you're not careful with this fight, you might be dying if you don't put up a key block in there. Well, this is one that Nemenex is starting right now.
Yeah, and one nice thing about this fight, though, is you do start with a bonus resource. So being able to get your Wild Aura a turn earlier is super nice. Usually easy to win. Looks like Nemenex quickly reset it.
I didn't get my Rage or Wild Crush.
Yeah, and that's a good tactic in the speedrun because you don't have a life pool that you have to worry about. So if you quickly reset a fight, to get a better starting hand, you could end up beating somebody that keeps a hand that is going to take them longer to work through.
Yeah, if I wasn't speedrunning, I probably would have just went with it anyways, because actually I probably should have reset again and I'll see what happens.
Yeah, and as you can see right now, Nexel's window, guys are really going aggressive with the mulligans, so you do really want to have good hands, and there's going to be on the harder fights. It's way better to mulligan and then reset the fight to mulligan again to just have a good hand than to just try the fight. Because if they end up in a stalled board state, it can drag up easily like a couple minutes, and it takes a couple seconds just to reset to have a good hand. So that's usually the best practice, is to mulligan aggressively and even reset the fight to get a good hand, just to make sure that you're going to be able to wrap up the fight quickly, because once the fight stalls, you're likely going to need to reset the fight anyway.
Yeah, and there's probably certain classes that have an easier time against a Savage Lord than Elf Ranger, but definitely the Savage Lord can be a challenge because of the big 5/3 troops and other dinosaurs it puts into play.
Yep. One other thing that you will that you likely have figured by now is that when you look at all the streams here, all the gameplay, everyone has the default battle board, even though they're running the campaign. And this is one of the options that you have in a game. You can disable the battle boards, and that just less loading power required for your computer. And when you're doing the speed runs, you want to get all the small advantages that you can get, and disabling the background here, the battle boards, is certainly one that's easy to do, and it's in the options. So that's why you don't see the usually nice campaign battle board, and it's just a standard battle board here.
It's interesting that you say that. I actually did not realize that at first, but that makes a lot of sense, and I think that was kind of throwing me off a little bit as well. So it is interesting to see how fast you're loading, because it's a little bit quicker than my average load time.
Yeah, and we see here Nemenex still in the lead, going for the Corrupt Dryad fight. I'm
still in the lead. I feel like I had to
you're doing well.
Spend a little bit more time on that.
So someone new to PVE, if you're watching now, the bridge that Nemenex just crossed just granted him the very first set of racial rewards for PVE. That's really important to note if you're a newer player and you're trying to find out how to get some of those newer cards. So you can see in about 30 quick minutes, he was able to farm a single copy of the PVE racial cards. And if you wanted a full set, you can do several runs to get them. The very last racial card that's currently available to us is right close to where this run will end. So
after this fight, you get a second one.
Oh.
And then at the end of the run, you'll get the third.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So the second bridge, and then the very end of the run, when you get to the and beat the first encounter in AZ2, is when you get that final racial.
By the way, we did get a donation while we were speaking about 5 minutes ago, and we're now at 10,100. So we hit the $50 donation incentive. So we're going to get the starter brewery terror build, and we're also getting some nice critting madness.
Nice. So when should we probably should wait until after the run to do all the
Yeah. So right now in the lead would still be Nemenex on the Dryad fight with 5 health, and second would be Naz that's still on the Dryad fight. It just started it. And we also have Alex that's going to be heading to the Dryad fight very quickly. And we've got Goliathus here that just started it as well. So Nemenex with a bit of a head start right now, but we're within seconds, if not maybe 1 minute between all the racers. And you'll see when we start getting into the harder fights, namely Pale Moon, that minute can quickly turn into a couple of minutes, even
Also
for the lead.
Yeah, Pale Moon is tough. And you know that one historical note is the Corrupt Dryad used to be one of the most challenging early encounters in Adventure Zone 1, but she did receive a hefty nerf early on in AZ1 campaign history. It used to be pretty brutal, where I think she started with the seed pods in play and also had a bonus resource. And
yeah, it was elite, Frustrating Arena elite level hard.
It was tough.
Yeah. So
yeah, I forgot about that.
No, speedrunners will not be doing the piranhas today. That would not be a speedrun. That would just be a slaughter.
We would give style points though.
I don't know of any of the racial starters that are going to have a very nice time unedited against piranhas.
I actually don't think it's possible.
It probably is not unedited. I don't think it's possible as well. Prove us wrong. Send us the screenshots.
Like, even with the perfect super hand, I don't think you could do it.
So someone in chat asking, is there a way we can list the rewards from the campaign? There's the X companion that will tell you what drops where within the campaign with the drop list, and there's also the HexTCG browser that's going to tell you where things are dropping from. So we've got two very, very good resources. X companion is much more than just a list of cards though. There's a ton of guides and there's a ton of information. So obviously the wardens are hosting there, so we've got our preferred source of information with the compendium. But if you're already familiar with the TCG browser, you could get the information there as well.
Yeah, and for example, like one of the most played Frostring Arena decks right now is Terramil, and you can get both the Venteo's Gift as a racial reward and the Nazak Lookout that many people play also as a racial reward for just playing a Venom through AZ1.
I think we lost Gariatus there.
Yeah, I thought we did. Someone did just drop off Discord, so hopefully that we can reconnect with them.
Going to park him here.
It looks like Okay, looks like he's still running up at the top right.
Top right would be, if I'm not mistaken, Axel right now.
Oh, okay. I got it. Yeah, everyone shifted.
Axel, did you just start the Ambling Bluff fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just went into the first dungeon.
All right.
Excellent. So right now, he's back. I'm going to have to. Yeah, Gaia's having some technical difficulties right now.
Nemelux is still in the lead slightly, with Naz close behind.
So there's There's a few key things to know about the Tranquil Dream dungeon that Nemelix is starting right now. One of the most important part is that when you do the dungeon every fight you're going to get a choice of 3 options to answer one question, and every fight has a three answer question that you need to choose. And depending on the answers that you choose, you're not going to fight the same boss at the end. So if you just choose the first option every time, you're going to end up with a Blood Diamond boss. And if you choose the very last option, you're going to end up with a White Ruby boss. And if you choose in the middle, you're going to get a White Sapphire boss. For the purposes of the speed run, Wild Diamond and White Sapphire are by far the worst options because they're running a ton of removal. White Sapphire specifically is really hard with the starter deck, so they will want to really choose that last option to trigger the Wild Ruby boss at the end, which doesn't run a ton of removal and doesn't have any flight troop. And both the Sapphire and the Diamond version of the Blood boss does have some flight troop. So there's really, there's. It seems that they're clicking very fast, and if you want to do the speed run, you kind of need to memorize the number of clicks before the option, not to just click through it and select the first option, because you're going to end up with a Blood Diamond boss.
You could also take it slow. You don't have to go as fast as us. We're racing, so.
No, I know.
True.
But
The other thing to note, I didn't hear you say this, Coach, but you may have, is that they're choosing encounters in order because if the first encounters you do have the least amount of health, and one of the reasons why Diamond is picked first is Diamond has a lot of health gain built into the deck and also has a passive. So Diamond can take a very long time if you choose it as one of the final encounters because of all the health gain that is associated with it. Usually the most difficult ones after Diamond, just because of the health gain, are choose next, which is typically Sapphire. I sometimes go in a slightly different order depending on the deck I'm playing, but with the racial starter, it's typically Diamond, Sapphire, then Ruby, then Wild, and Blood. I think that's it. Is that right?
yeah, I think most players would do
Blood normally last.
Blood,
Ruby-
Wild, or
Ruby
Blood.
last. Did you say you do Wild last, Nemelix?
No, Blood last. The
Blood
important
last.
thing is to do. Sorry, got a little distracted. The important thing is to do. Dang it.
I think you cut out at the end of there. Important thing to do last is what?
The Skarn and Wild don't really matter too much which order you do them in.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Alright, so we've got right now Nimitix and Axel on the Dream Eagle fight, and we've got Naz and Galerius on the Turtle Diamond fight. So they're all very similar with similar powers. All the fights they have a champion power that will that costs between I think they all cost 5 actually. No, there's one that costs 4, and they start with drawing a card, and then they gain the threshold that they're playing for the deck that they're playing, and then they create some random cards into your hand, and they give you the threshold as well. So they give you a playable card, and something that you will see is sometimes you can get very lucky with the card that you get.
Very true.
And playing that card might be the best option. So it's very interesting to speedrun this, because when you're going very fast, you got an added unknown that's going to enter your hand, and it might be better than playing your other cards. So you need to be careful with that. We see that most of the random cards that were created that I've seen so far in the streams, they were not super great. But sometimes you get a removal, sometimes you get a troop augmentation effect, and on the bubble bot that can really make a difference between winning on the next turn or the next 2 turns. And you will see that during this dungeon, all players will reach level 3. That means having access to 2 talent points, and most of them, as soon as they get out of the dungeon, they will switch and they will select the power, which is Pet Training Ferocity. And what that does is that when they use the champion power for the ranger, the first time it creates a pet, the second time it will improve the pet by +1/+1. But if you select the pet training ferocity, it's going to give +2/+2, which is way better. It's double the power. So most of the runners, as soon as they get out of this dungeon, they're going to go with pet training ferocity to get the added speed for the upcoming fights.
You can actually do that right before this dungeon.
You do? You get level 3 just before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So just
I
before
have
you
it
enter.
right now.
Nice.
Is it important to note? Do you have a dungeon crawler account in MLX?
I'm a raid leader, so I think so.
Yeah, that might be it. Because
Okay.
if you're in a normal account and you don't have the dungeon crawler power, your dungeon crawler gives double XP and gold at the end of dungeon. Well, double loot, double everything. So at the end of the first dungeon, you get double the XP. So it might be why you were level 3 just before the run. Well, that might be a slight advantage that you have.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
I don't. There's no way to disable it. So maybe if this becomes a really good thing, we're going to have a special category for the dungeon crawlers.
Or you could just say you can't use the talent point until after the dungeon.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, that's a good caveat. Yeah, so leveling up in the adventure zones does not do a ton for your character unless you do spend that talent point. Your health doesn't really go up. There are some like keystone benefits to where you hit certain levels, but for the most part, it's not a huge advantage to be level 2 or level 3.
And that doesn't really affect the run at all because we're not changing the deck at all. It's like you can put more like.
Jack, we'll go over the giveaways again when we're done with the speed run, but the giveaways are associated with the amount of donations that are coming in as well. So we will recap after the speed run.
I've already reached the first 2 donation incentives, so that's great. And if you guys want to donate, again, every $5 that you donate enters you, it gives you a ticket for the bigger charity stream giveaways. There's a ton of stuff in there. We're going to run slides after the speed run to show you what's in there, but what's important is that when you donate your $5, you need to enter your in-game name, because if you don't, it's going to be very hard to track who you are and to send you giveaways. So you need to enter your contact information there when you donate. That's really important. Looking at the speed run right now, we're seeing Nemedex going into the 4th fight, chooses to go with that would be that would be Blood for his 4th fight.
That's my last one.
Yeah. That's your 5th? Okay.
Yeah, and then I fight the boss.
And we've got Dream Bear for Goliathus. We've got Axel on the turtle fight. And we've got Dream Bear for Naz. I believe Axel went for a different prioritization. I don't think this is the first fight he's doing right now in the dungeon.
No, it's not. Yeah, so he must have gone in a slightly different order. I didn't catch which number this was for him, but definitely Diamond had started with more than base health, so I think he's 3 or 4 deep.
It's my 3rd encounter, and if you see I can't play this card, I don't know why. It's lagging.
Oh no. That's not good for a speed run. You'll make it. One of the days that'll go into play. And we'll be here.
We're going to hit the big equalizer for the run very soon. There's two very big equalizer for the run. There's a Pale Moon fight, and there's a very last fight of the Usurper dungeon that tends to stall games because it runs a decent amount of removal. So these 2 fights, they can really, like, when the race is very close, it can make or break the run.
True. Would you say the Dream Dungeon completion is the halfway point of this run?
It's a little over halfway.
Yeah, it's a little over
halfway. Yeah.
Because it's about 18 fights, and when you are at
it's 24
end,
fights, and this is like fight 15.
and some of the more challenging ones are coming up. But the time to complete them is usually not much different, outside of the 2 or 3 challenging ones that are going to come up here. So,
nice. We've seen that Nimitix got Violet Karis for his created blood
not
card.
bad.
I don't like that
at all.
card. I think it's really overrated, but
But it removed a wall, so it's good.
well, I didn't really even need to.
Uh-oh, Starving Lich.
It didn't shorten the run at all. I still took the same amount of turns.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Gladiatus on the blood fight right now. We've got Nimitix that's going to wrap up the fight for the the blood opponent in style, might I add.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Life Siphon. What? You put a rare in your deck? Yeah. Oh man, you just broke the rules. It's over. Your run is over.
Oh, I should start over. This is
no blood rares in your elf starters. Not allowed.
You even got a blood threshold to play it.
I know.
This is a diamond ruby.
Okay. So it looks like Nemelex is still in the lead. He's starting the final encounter against Sister of Midnight. As Coach and others have mentioned, Sister of Midnight has many different forms based on how you answer the dialogue choices for the 5 threshold encounters prior. So because of the way Nemelex answered, he has the Sister of Midnight that is this the Blood Diamond?
No, it's a Diamond Ruby one.
Oh, Diamond Ruby, okay. So this is the one that's a little bit easier to complete.
Well, it's not as bad as the other ones, but it still run more early on removal, like Burn, as we've seen. So it can be tricky if it has a couple of removals. Yeah, because if she would have burned the bee here, it would have been a way longer fight. But it seems that you're fine for now.
If she burned the bee, I would have reset.
Yeah. And we see Axel still on the turtle fight as the third fight, and it gets a ton of it. And when you play it for later down the road on your fight, it really can stall the games a long time.
Yeah, we're seeing that now. That's something I said early on, but it's definitely challenging if you play it later on, especially when you're starting to see those solitary exiles like we just saw and inner conflicts coming down. It makes it harder to get that lethal damage in.
I thought that was a really easy Sister Midnight.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's nice.
But yeah, the bee's gone. It's not worth it.
Yeah,
that too long.
Yeah. That removal on the bee here, while we were zoomed in on Naz, really made the fight reset. So it gives a little bit of
still a chance, everyone.
Runners.
You can catch up.
We see Naz right now going to his 4th fight for the dungeon. He's going to choose either the Sapphire or... Oh, he needs to redo the wild one. Okay, so that's the 3rd fight.
We've activated 2 trap cards in Nemelex. So you guys have some time to catch up.
I got distracted and didn't mulligan.
And we've got Axel going on his 3rd fight here. Took a very long time on the turtle fight. Hopefully, 4th. Hopefully it's going to go faster on this one. And we've got Galgatus on the Dreams Karn right now. 14 health. And going. So if we look back to Nimitix real quick. 24 health on the Sister Midnight fight with the Diamond Ruby version. Just started again. And these birds are going to be the bane of his existence for the next few minutes, for the next minute or so.
So, Coach, I think you need to rename the speedrun the Busy Bee Speedrun. This bee is doing lots of work.
It is working hard, real
guys.
hard. No removal just yet, but usually you're able to...
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz Lightyear. Galliard is starting the Sister Midnight fight, and he has the Sapphire Wild one. It's not the worst, not the best, but it's a bit more forgiving than Diamond Ruby one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I've always found the Sapphire Wild one to be challenging myself, but a lot of the times that I went up against this was prior to Mercenaries and prior to AZ2. So in a similar vanilla setting, I've had trouble with Sapphire Wild in the past.
And we can see here, if we're up on the Niminic screen, the Sister Midnight played the Falconeer, and having flight blockers like that.
That scared me, and then I remembered I had that power.
Yeah.
So you're able to take out the Royal Falconeer and reduce the flyers to 0-1s. Good job.
And going on to Nazareth, going into the Dream Eagle. So we've got Niminix and Galliardus in the lead, both on the Sister Midnight fight. We've got Axel just on the tail right now. I believe he'll be starting the boss fight.
I think I just won, unless something happens to my beat.
Famous last words, but we'll see.
Unless something happens.
Nope, I won.
No, he got it.
Yeah, okay.
So it looks like Nemlix is still... You know, we're going to have to set up another 2 traps for Nemlix, but we will slow him down. Don't worry, Naz, Axel, Goliathus.
I think the last one, I was like really far behind because of that... Like, I got stuck on Turtle and I still ended up, like...
Don't worry, Pale Moon is waiting for you.
Yeah,
like...
I think last night when we...
all of us.
Last night when we tested run, everyone hit the brick wall with Pale Moon. They had to reset many times the fight, and it's really an easy
I won't
one.
tell you the trick with Pale Moon, because there is a trick, but I can't give that secret away.
Okay, well, you need to give it
It's
up.
called not playing a racial starter. No, just kidding.
Oh, dang it, I forgot to get the other quest.
So when you do the speedrun right now and you want to reach AZ2 as fast as possible, what you do is you go straight for the Tranquil Dream dungeon, and then this unlocks the quest to do the Armies of Myth fight. And once you're done with Armies of Myth quest, it unlocks the 3rd dungeon, which once completed will unlock the access to Adventure Zone 2. So after this Dream dungeon, they're going to go straight up for the Armies of Myth fight, and to do that they need to fight Little Sky and Pale Moon, and this is where things gets interesting.
And then the Army of Myth fight itself is just basically free.
Yeah, it's a free fight.
Yeah, it's very easy.
So we've got Galliardus right now that's on the town getting the quests, so very, very close to Niminix. We've got Alex and Naz still wrapping up the Tranquil Dream dungeon. And we've seen Naz here just finishing the Dream Eagle fight. Still has to do the Blood Spider fight. Going there.
I think Goliathus is taking performance enhancing drugs. He's moving way too fast right now. What's going on?
And the Little Sky fight is usually not that hard, but he does play a decent amount of flight troop, and that tends to stall the game a bit. So you usually want
poor
to
Axel lost his bug.
You
That's
usually want to
unfortunate.
have the this is a fight, one of the key fight where you will be using the 3-shot ability from the Ranger with the range expertise bow and arrow to remove the things like the Thunderbirds, as we're seeing right now.
I want a ruby threshold.
And this is where you also, if you can get the Swift Strike, the Ruby aura for the B on this fight is really a key thing to have as well.
Oh, he got lucky. Nice. And now, just correct me if I'm wrong here, but that 1-shot ability is a chance, right? There's a percentage chance.
It's a 50-50.
It's 50%. But it's a 3-shot, so you kind of get. Usually, you're able to remove at least one thing, unless you're very unlucky.
It's a coin flip.
Yeah.
But yeah, it usually 1 out of the 3 will hit.
So we see Niminix here heading for Pale Moon, doing the dialogue. We've got Galliardus here on the Little Sky fight, and using the Wild Aura as a combat trick to push forward. Should be wrapping up this fight fairly soon.
Okay, Pale Moon.
Do you notice a lot of slowdown against the Little Sky fight when they hit all the prophecy triggers?
Yeah, and also there's the time ripples that's going to slow you down with the B. So this is where things get interesting because up to the first dungeon is more or less okay, but since we're not modifying the decks, once you're beyond the Trinket Dream dungeon, things get a lot harder, and you're just not playing all your cards and you're attacking. You need to be careful with what you do. Need to be careful with the damage you're going to take on the swingbacks. Even though the Elf Ranger starts with an additional 6 health, sometimes the race is very, very close. So you need to be careful with that, not to die just before you kill your opponent. Here Gaiatos is going for the Pale Moon fight. We see that Neminex is on the Pale Moon fight right now. And one of the key things about the Pale Moon fight is that Pale Moon has a very kick-ass power that costs 2, and it gives defensive to a troop. So on turn 2, usually what it means is that it's going to give defensive to the B, and you're not going to be able to attack it, and the starter deck doesn't have any way for you to sacrifice your B. So if it hits the B with that, it means that you're not going to be able to win the fight with the B. You need to find something else to do. And this is where the game gets stalled, and when the game is stalled, Pale Moon does run a bunch of troops with high defense, and it gets really hard to wrap up the fight. When you're very lucky, it doesn't hit the B, and then you can wrap up the fight on the first go, but it's often not this case.
So I'll share, because the first place participant is already gone through the B. I'll share the old trick that I knew about this particular encounter, which is, as long as you have another troop in play with more attack that has not been put into the defense mode, that troop will always be targeted by Pale Moon. So as long as you can keep that troop out of the defense mode by paying 2 and exhausting them, that troop will continue to be targeted by that ability. So
yes, you guys can hear me, right? But I think we lost sound on Discord somehow. Yeah, Discord crashed for me. Ugh. Okay. That's not good. We're going to reset Discord real quick. And going to try to get the same back. Sorry guys. Going to try it. Why isn't this working? Discord, you're kidding me right now. Alright, sorry guys. Close. Wait, Discord. Yeah, Discord processor just crashed. You guys see me still and hear me, hopefully. Going to have to kill a process of Discord. And this, and this. And then we're going to restart Discord. And hopefully we're going to get back on track. Okay, you can see and hear me, that's fine. Likely the guys are aware. Yeah, real quick while I'll set this up again.
we might have to get him back here on the chat.
No, that's okay, that's okay. I'm
back. Oh, you're here. Okay.
Discord
crashed. Was it an OBS issue or Discord?
Yeah. Right, real quick before we get back to display race on the stream, I'm going to show the segment donation incentives. So the first 10 was the Frustrating Arena Terror Brewery starter kit. The second one was Chronic Madness for $20, 4 copies, and we hit 50 during the first few minutes of the stream. So we've got Slithering Marauder, a full set with equip coming in. If we get another 50, we're going to add Angel of Foresight with equip. 200, we're going to go with Forgotten Triolet, and then we're going to Jovial Pipit sleeves and Training Art cards. Then a set, not a full set, but 4 Kickstarter Mercenaries pack. And then we've got Partencio, Brosibak, and Gax. Very valuable mercenaries, very, very hard to get. At 700, we're going to get a Storm Cold equipment. 1000, we get an additional spoiler for you guys, because we do have one, but we're going to spoil 2 cards if we get to 1000. And Nico also mentioned that if we get to 1200, it's going to auction, raffle a Salty Sam Mercenary, and if we go to 2000, there's going to be a Spectral Oak on the list as well.
I thought I was going to lose to Army of Myth.
Excuse me, coach, I'm a bit lost here. Where do I go after the dungeon?
After the dungeon,
go back
you
to
go.
the town.
You go back to the town, and then you go straight south to get the armies of Myth. You need to go to armies of Myth.
I can't go from here. Didn't I
You have to
take the
get
quest?
all the quests.
You have
Oh,
to get a
really?
quest. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't take the gnome quest just not to lose time, and I lost more time that way.
Oh no. Yeah, the first 6 times I tried to do the speedrun, I did like 4 or 5 encounters I didn't even have to do. Then I kind of figured it out. But yeah, the taking of quests is important for everyone.
Well, we've got Nemesis right now with a very strong lead going to the last dungeon. Completed the Pitmood fight without too many resets, I guess. Did you add to
I
reset
did
at all?
it first try.
Yeah,
Wow.
he did it right away. Bleak Citadel. Here we come.
Went wide instead of focusing on the B.
Yeah.
This
and
is
that's-
important. Which card did you pick? Oh, I didn't even get to see it. It was so fast.
I think I went with 10k boner.
No way. Yeah. Is that the one that also has the ethereal healer in it? The pack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, you picked the wrong card.
And we see here Goliath
Oh, you
is
got
wrapping up the Pale Moon fight. And it's going to be heading to the Armies of Mid fight, which is just a formality, then heading to the last dungeon of the
Nice.
run. We've got Axel on the Little Sky here, catching up, and we've got Naz that is getting the Armies of Mid quest, I believe.
Yes. Armies of Myth.
Yeah.
We are. Yeah, Nemelex is still decently in the lead, and as long as it's a smooth run in here, he probably will still be well positioned to finish this race in the lead. But we'll see if anyone has a chance of catching up. It looks like Goliath is maybe the closest yet.
And
After Armies of Myth, it opens up the Bleak Citadel, which is right where Nemelex is at. And Nemelex, or is this Nemelex? It looks like he just restarted on the first fight.
yeah, I believe the name of the dungeon is the Usurper dungeon. Or are you referring to
Oh,
the location?
Usurper, yes.
I felt like it was going to take a little while for that one.
Yeah. So the first fight is Guard Drag. It has a 3-cost champion power activation that troops you control gets when this deal combat damage to champion, add a daze counter to that champion. And the daze counter really, once you get one, usually the fight gets very, very hard very quickly. And also he has armor 1 if he has more than 5 troops on the board. So if he managed to go wide, usually you want to restart the fight right away, because that's not going to work hard.
You also have to be really careful about not pumping your B over 3 defense, because he does play Pride's Fall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I wasn't supposed to say that. Never
Yeah,
mind, Nemelex. Never mind.
To answer Storm War question, there's one fork in this dungeon, and the guys won't be doing the bottom one because it's an optional fight. When you don't do it, it makes the next fight harder, but we're still able to do it decently well with the starter deck with the Elf Ranger, so you're not doing it. Depending on the race class combination, you would be speedrunning. I can see a world where this fight needs to happen, depending on the race class combination that you have, but for the Elf Ranger, it's usually you just don't do it. You go straight, and you deal with the added challenge on the next fight.
I'm risking the whatever it's called.
The Guard Drag.
No, my B has 5 defense.
Oh, yeah. So risking a removal, it seems to be going fine right now. We've got Naz on Little Sky, 9 HP with a very, very big B that's going to swing for lethal right there. Going to head for the Pale Moon fight. Axel right now is on the Pale Moon fight. Just started again. He has a good board, so should be okay. Pale Moon's going to hit the bigger troop here, so leaving him free to increase the B and then start smashing in. And we've got Goliathus on the Armies of Mid-fight, wrapping things up. What happened to oh, it just restarted. Just started it. And going back to Niminic, starting the Grimskull Sorcerer fight. So this one has a basic champion power resonance that is 2. Your troops in all zones get the power of a random minor gem. And it also has a passive that reads, at the start of your turn, gain a random threshold of which you have the least. So this one, it plays a ton of suck at the troops, and it can kind of combo off to be very bad for the players. But we'll see.
Yeah, if they get like flight and then +1/+1 and then swift strike, it can get a little scary. But hopefully you don't let it get to that point.
Yeah, if something annoying happens, I'll just reset, because you could probably just crush him.
Yeah.
If you get a good start.
One of the things to note about the dungeons, at least as far as I can remember, is they do not have the same restrictions that we do on the types of gems that you can use, types of ways you can stock at your cards. So there's a lot of cards here that are utilizing older gems from prior gem rotations. But you guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that, because it has been a while since I've looked at some of these decks. Did we lose Coach again? Coach, are you still here?
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt. We're looking at Goliathus' fight against the Armies of Mid, but he was able to win, and then he's now spending the talent point and heading to the user prayer dungeon. We've still got...
I am 3 fights away.
Yeah. Right now, Nemedex is on the 3rd fight to last with the Mist Sim. This one has a Diamond Sapphire, threshold basic power, champion power that costs 5, but a random action and a random troop from your crypt into your hand. It also has a passive. At the start of your turn, bury the top card of each opposing deck. So usually that fight goes well, but he does play some amount of removal in Sapphire. And it can sometimes remove the B, but most of the time you will do it first try.
Goliathus has an interesting strategy. If I'm not sure if anyone else noticed, but he is playing with the Chew Toy pet that starts in play, whereas it looks like everyone else has not decided to go that way on the talent tree.
Yeah,
and that Chew Toy pet can increase the attack of your pet.
Yeah, I think Goliathus
I changed it already. The Chew Toy fight is only for the Armies of Myth.
Oh, I see. So you swapped right after that. Okay, nice.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, that is a smart decision. Gives you a little extra damage early on before it plays its first Armies of Myth.
And we see Naz butting his head against Pale Moon there. Alex was just able to get through Pale Moon, heading to the Armies of Mid fight, and we've got Nemedex still in the lead in the Mist Sim fight. And it appears that he's going to try to go for the Hail Mary here. It didn't work.
No, I just wanted to get him down a little bit.
Well,
because I have Crush.
Oh, you have Crush, okay.
You do have the Crush. So with Crush and the Ruby Aura, we should be in good shape here.
Yep. That should be it, heading to the finale fight. And the next one can be a hard one. And when he start doing his thing. So, and the last fight is kind of hard because it does play last boss does play a decent amount of removal.
And he has a larger health pool too, with like 25 health or something.
Yeah, it's 25.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that gets in your way.
Yeah.
The next to Pale Moon, these are the two hardest fight. We're seeing Galliatus right now is still on the guard drag fight. We've got Naz that just resetted the Pale Moon fight. And we've got Axel on the Armies of Mid fight just starting. And we're going to watch that a bit right now, because the Armies of Mid, when it starts to get random cards, if it lasts, you know, a couple turns, you can be very unlucky, and you know, it start popping dragons all over the place, and that's usually pretty bad for the run.
Do
Yeah,
you
fighting
guys
him, the first
reset
thing he
this?
got was a sin.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's not unlucky. Do you usually reset Armies of Myth if you're not on the play?
No, I just play him.
You just play it out.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the starting end, right? Because if you have
Yeah.
true boosts, you should be fine.
True, that is true.
And we've got Galliatus heading for the second fight of the user per dungeon Grimskull Sorcerer. We've got Nimedex still on the Finane fight. We've got Naz on the Pale Moon fight. That had a bit of a...
Dragon. Lucky me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that works.
Oh, we're back.
All
right.
Having some fun with Discord right now, but it works.
Good. So, one of the things I was going to mention about just zooming out of that quickly is that if you have not seen the card Armies of Myth and you're watching, it's a really fun card to play with. It's diamond and double diamond, double ruby threshold. It has 3 cost and then XX, where you pay X twice to summon X random unique troops. So basically, you pay 5 to summon 1, or you pay 7 to summon 2. I think that's right. Is that how it works? It's pretty fun little legendary to play with.
Yeah, and we can see here Nimedex on the Finane fight that had to reset. Finane does play Inner Conflict, so when it hits the B with that, your B is out of commission, and you cannot sacrifice it yourself. So it means you won't be able to use your champion power, and that's what you rely on to win the games most of the time. So resetting the fight here, giving a quick window of opportunity for Galliatus that is wrapping up the Grimskull Sorcerer fight just right there, and ending on the Mistsim fight. We also have Axel that just joined the fray in the user per dungeon, starting a fight with Gardrag. And
Nice.
I believe Naz is heading for the Armies of Mid fight. It was able to go through Pale Moon at last. Hasn't been really lucky with the Pale Moon hits, sadly. But all is not lost still. As we've seen in our test, the user per dungeon can be the last 2 fights can be real pain. These are fights with removal, and there's a decent amount of them, and you really don't want to rush things. They're both playing diamond, so repel is there. You need to be careful. Why on the last fight, if you see that the Verev has 3 resources open on turn 2 or 3 resources open on the first few turn, you usually just don't attack, because it's telegraph. I have a repel in hand, and you need to pace yourself a bit more.
True.
But these are way trickier fights. You can try it though. If you feel lucky, you try it. But most of the time, that's AI telegraph for I'm going to repel your thing.
Yeah, that dirty angel of dawn likes to do that in Frustrating Arena as well.
And we've seen here Finanef running the Ratcast as well.
Yes.
On the B. That's a big setback for the
Brutal.
fight. But it's still a 5
I
out.
asked him not to.
Yeah.
If he does something to my War Dancer, I'm gonna reset. Oh, that's doing something.
Yeah, that's a 10-4. That's getting the B from the graveyard. So we see resetting the Finanef fight again.
Ouch!
That hurt.
Ouch.
Well, they turn into 2/2 zombies, but that just means my War Dancer can't attack through that.
Okay, we're running blocks and Nemelex, guys. Goliathus, it's your turn to catch up.
It should be noted that I was winning in the. Like, I was the first person to get to the last fight, but then I ended up losing.
Yeah. Verev is going to be a tough opponent for sure. So now everyone is the dungeon. We've got Axel on the Grimskull Sorcerer. We've got Goliathus just starting Finanif. We've got Nemenex on Finanif as well. And we've got Naz on the Armies of Mid-Fight. Should be joining the fray pretty soon. So we'll see if Finanif will be a bit kinder to Goliathus here.
Go, Finanif, go.
Does see that he has a Ruby Aura in hand for the B, and he does have the Ruby Crush Troop, so it shouldn't be too bad. In the meantime, Nimedex is going to town here, bringing Finanif to 15, but the...
Oh, sweet.
Oh, that was a lucky hit for the inner conflict going into the troop here instead of going to the B.
Very lucky.
That's going to make a ton of
It
difference.
had the highest defense.
Yeah, so we see here for the most part things are going fine for Goliathus, but we're still early in the fight. Thing to note, the Finanif doesn't have diamond yet, so that's a very good window of opportunity for him
Dang
to
it.
push out damage.
Looks like Naz finally has made his way over to the Usurper Dungeon as well.
And Nemedex had to reset the fight again.
Oh no!
Oh, we may see Goliathus take the lead right now.
I think we've got a new leader.
Yeah, well, he's technically in the lead right now. Oh, and he's got a nice board here. Might
Taking
be,
out the... Nice!
might be the first one to get to the last boss. And got at Axel here. If he gets a lucky Finanif fight, he might just be catching up on the last boss as well. And we've seen that on our test run yesterday. When the guys are close like that, and the last fight can easily take a couple tries. So going to go in, and yeah, we got Goliathus here starting the very fight. He had a lucky screw on the opponent, and that enabled
But for
him
the first
to go
time in
through.
the run, we have a new leader. Good job, Goliathus. Nemelex, I think, is still trying to get through that last one.
Yeah.
Looking good so far for Nemelex, but
Oh, the broadcast
Nope.
on the B here.
yeah. So I'm a little delayed. So I'm casting cursing right now on Nemelex. Sorry, Nemelex.
I've
That's
got a
fine.
I
good
won't say your
head.
name for a while, so you can get through stuff.
That's fine. I should have been cursed the whole time because it seems like you guys are focusing on me for most of that.
It's like the dot races at the baseball games. You know, you root on the dot in the lead, and it's always a dot that's way behind.
Yeah. So we've got here Axel's doing fine against the Missed Sim here, just starting, but having a good start. And we've got, if we take a second to zoom in on Goliathus on the Verev fight, and Verev with his 3 charge power create a random troop with shift, put it into your hand, gain a threshold. So it does tend to play big flight troop like we're seeing right now, 2-3 flight troop.
Yeah, but that's okay with the double Ruby Aura in hand. He has a very good shot at powering right through this.
Yeah. Now that's a
Missed him used Verdict of the Ancient Kings on my Inside Fury. Come on. And he's got a fire.
Yeah, Mitsim can be a pain in the ass like that. You should be good though. You gotta strong at that force. Should be able to wrap the game fairly soon. Oh, and we've got some nice swings here for Goliathus. This looks very, very good for him.
Oh yeah, it's looking.
Oh, Reap on the B, but he's still going super wide. And unless something big happened, we may be looking at our arena right now. One more turn. Couple blocker now as a crush troop. Oh,
Oh
it
my
should be it.
goodness.
Should be a formality here. Oh, yep. Unless you play 2 reaps. That's not going to be enough. Is it? Yeah, it should be the win. Let's
Yeah.
zoom out here.
What is wrong with
That
you?
is not enough.
This is the win. So after verified, you just need to get a quest. And then you go straight to AZ2. And then you
I've
should
had to
be...
restart FNAF like 5 times.
So, Coach,
yeah.
you didn't tell them the special rules yet, right? It's the first one to beat Crown Bluff.
Yeah, we're going to change the rule.
We're extending it.
You need to...
So good luck, guys. Root Crown Bluff. Go.
Not even that. I don't think they're going to be able to reach that with the 2 fights.
Probably not. It is a little challenging.
The Toad fight is insane.
It is pretty tough.
And it does play a lot of Toads that eats up flyers, so...
True.
That's likely the brick wall there for the starter decks. But yeah, we're seeing here Goliath is going to wrap up the run, reaching the Adventure Zone 2 map, and this is going to be our winner here. Goliath is reaching the Adventure Zone 2.
Congrats.
The winner.
Yeah.
You won the bragging rights for the run. And we're seeing Nivedex here getting unlucky again.
7.
7 tries on Finanif.
So this is, unfortunately in
This
PvE.
is not normal.
No, this is an outlier.
It's not normal, but the variance that you're experiencing is sometimes what you hear from new players that they might come in and try to do the same thing. So it's important if you are friends with somebody, or if you hear of a new player that's having trouble, try to give them some pointers about the Adventure Zone and how to beat content, because similar to what Nemelix is experiencing, it could be somebody that's new that's experiencing this, and then it could tarnish the way that they view Hex in terms of not being able to complete the content. So until we have a different kind of new player experience, try to help out anyone that you hear having hard times with some of the content.
Yeah, and this is a TCG, right? So even though the decks, even the early Adventure Zone, the decks are not that powerful. As soon as you start, replacing cards in your deck, but they can be lucky, right?
Going on.
It's a training opportunity.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to modify anything, and they just wait to be told that that's what they're expected to do.
And so right now, Axel is on the right path for the Finanif fight on 2 health, but Finanif is putting up a decent defense here. Should be able to wrap up the fight on the next swing. And I believe Nemedex
he didn't come with me.
Axel should be able to wrap up the fight in their next swing.
Yeah, it's over.
Nice.
Oh, so it's going to be a tough fight for the second place because you're both starting the last boss at the same time. And in the meantime, we're not talking about him, but we've got Naz here that just reached Finanif again. So if he has a lucky fight, he might just become second, even still. Oh, he's going to
There's always a chance.
Yeah.
There's always
I'm
a
going to be the
chance.
first loser twice in a row.
But you need to beat Axel though, and Axel is looking good with his starting end, so we'll see if you can beat that.
Yeah, but you should see Verev's starting hand for Axel.
Yeah, my talent killed his first.
Yeah,
Sure.
going for the Overwatch talent in these last fights are really good. So Overwatch is a talent for the Ranger where you activate it on your turn, and on the opponent's next turn, for every troop that he puts in play on that specific turn, there's going to be 50% chance to deal 4 damage to these troops. So if you know that the opponent's going to go wide on a key turn, say 2 or 3, if you have Overwatch, you activate it, and more often than not, it's going to kill most of the troops that they play, or a lot of them, and that really give you, you know, a momentum, and you can carry on to push the fight. So in this last dungeon, you can see some runners going for it instead of the ferocity talent, just because of the added control that you get over the fight. That can be very, very useful in some of the key turns.
And Axel's gotten a lot of luck too with his procs, not just on Overwatch, but he also was able to kill off the Prodigy of Ocelov, and not to mention he did start with 2 Insight Furies and a Wild Aura in his hand, so he's got
really
one
good,
beefy bug in the air. That is not a bee I want to be stung by.
Can likely topple down the truck at this point. And is this the last?
This could be the last turn.
Yeah.
Going to be race. Axel actually just defeated the dungeon here.
Nice. Good
Thank
job,
you.
Axel. So as long as your dot moves on the map faster, you're in good shape to take second.
Where do I go now?
You
We
need to
can't
go
tell
back
you.
to
It's a
town.
secret.
To the town.
Well, you at that point you need to figure out how to get to Adventure Zone 2 before Nebelex figures it out. That's your task.
Did you finish the fight, Alex?
No, he's still in the fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the next swing. Like
He's almost there.
Okay, I can chill a bit with stage brush here.
Yeah, just sit there and ask her how her day is going.
Excel, if you don't choose the right notes, you might be coming in third. Finally, Nemedex should be wrapping up the fight with the swing of a very, very big and angry bee. But all the rage. And we're seeing here, Axel figured it out.
Yeah, Nemelix finishes. His bee had the same attack as a number of times he failed the encounter.
And we have
Meaning
Naz.
it had a lot of attack. More attack than you could ever possibly need.
Yeah. And we have Naz here doing an alternate route, opting for the optional fight.
Ah.
And this does make Fnanif a bit easier, but because it doesn't start with a troop in play. But the real problem with Fnanif is more about his removal, because it does play a decent amount of removal. And when you're all in on one troop as your strategy, a quick removal like here can make a big difference in the time, in the speed of the deck. And
Just restart. Okay.
as we're seeing. Our Nimedex here, who had some very bad beats on Fnanif, reach out the Adventure Zone 2 and end the run. So, again, we didn't time this. This was just for a fun. Hopefully, it was a fun run as we're wrapping things up here. But the real goal here, if you missed the early stream, is that we wanted to showcase that even on the starting collection. If you're going with the starter deck, you can farm. You can choose the right race and class combination, and you can farm Adventure Zone pack, and you can farm gold right out of the gate. And if you do that, for like 2 or 3 times every night, you're going to get a decent amount of gold. You're going to get a ton of Adventure Zone 1 pack, and these packs do contain upgrades for your deck, so you can very quickly accumulate very good cards, and then be able to tackle more content or just spend your gold getting upgrades. And that's out of a brand new account without any additional card. And that was really the goal here, to show you guys that it is possible to do it, and it is possible to farm. Of course, you need to know the game a bit here. Hopefully this speedrun will have helped teach you guys, if you knew what to do for the first few fights and how to go about it. If you have more questions, don't hesitate to join the Wardens of Etra Discord. There's going to be a ton of people going to be happy to answer your question. We have a speedrun channel as well, and give us your feedback. If you liked it, seeing these runs like that, we can certainly organize more, and maybe even a league if there's a crowd for it. It might not be starter decks like that. We could do we can do a lot of things with the speedrun, right? We decide what we do. We decided to go with the starter deck because to show new players that there's a way to farm gold and farm packs without having to upgrade without having to farm or pay for any additional cards. But we could do any number of things with these speedruns, and that could be super fun. And if you like that, just leave us a comment or leave us a quick message, and we can certainly arrange that for the future.
I'm using my Athena deck to beat the crocodile to feel better.
Yeah,
There's
a slight difference in power level, a small, teeny bit amount of power level difference here. And Nazon missed him now. He has it at 1, but he's facing a lot of blockers. And shifting powers. And more flyers, man. It's not an easy fight. Naz hasn't been very lucky with this one.
Yeah, poor Naz. It's not looking good at all. Just huge wide board against him right now.
So timing from the chat is 1 hour 14. It's not too bad. Again, when we tested for it in a non stream environment, we had recorded solo runs from Yessi and Demedex for I believe Demedex, you were about to go under 1 hour, right?
Oh,
Were
I don't know. I feel like I would have been under 1 hour if it wasn't for that.
Yeah.
What was his name? Finaf?
Bananif. Yeah, you were fairly on track for that. Spent a whole lot of time on this one.
Oh, and I get a walking boneyard for that.
He held a grudge on you since yesterday, that's why.
Ooh, a walking boneyard. Nice.
Hey coach, when you had opened your deck builder, I saw you were testing a fun deck, huh?
The Killipede deck, I saw that too.
We're going to review that on the stream for sure. So
nice. How is it going?
It works as intended. It kills everything in 2 swing and that's it.
Sounds pretty good.
So
sounds fun at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before you fall asleep from doing the same thing over and over again.
It's just, for just killing the hard encounters like Wormoid Queen or Fungal Monstrosity.
Echoes
or
of Lugnan.
Savas.
Stromar, I don't recall. I may have looked at it, but right now Axel is the one adding the decks to the companion. So if it's a recent submission, I don't think I've seen it.
I'm pretty sure I added it. It's I also named it Echoes of Blood again.
Okay.
Nice.
Not a name.
So
We'll have to check that out.
we have some raffles to do now. We're mostly done with the
Let's do it.
with the speedrun part of
What about
the
the card
segment.
reveals?
Oh yeah, we do have a spoiler, right? So we're going to do some raffles, and then we're going to go with the Wardens of Entrat spoiler. And keep in mind that if we raise 1,000 during the segment, we're going to have an additional spoiler. Oh, that's cool. And in the
Right.
meantime, we've got our first 2 hours of giveaways. We've got 2 Evo code, and we have got also a draft code as well that we need to raffle, alongside a Frustrating Arena Terror Brewery starter kit and Chronic Madness and Slithering Marauder. So
That is all epic stuff. So make sure you guys get your names. Say something in chat so that we can pick you up on the roll prior to rolling. And Coach, do you want me to control that for you?
yeah, if you can, that would be great.
So I'll control the rolling, and make sure you guys donate too, because if we hit those other milestones, and you'll get you can get my spectral oak out of my greedy hands, the oak that I have never given away. I'm lucky to have 5. So you'll get the 5th oak out of my hand, and my acorns are starting to go beyond 1700. So I probably do not need to keep my 5th oak. So get that greedy oak out of my hand. Yeah, 1700.
And while we do that, I have a quick suggestion, guys. For the runners that are still up for some streaming, if you want to go dragon hunting in the Frustrating Arena, that could be a cool background thing to watch.
Yeah, I'll do that while I'm doing
Arena now.
the raffle stuff.
Yeah, it would be really neat to see a Zakir or Urnas fight. That would be fun. Especially since I have not even seen a Zakir fight myself.
Me neither. Me neither. I've seen Urnas, the new Urnas, twice though.
Yeah, so those of you watching that do not play a lot of PVE, the Frustrating Arena, there is a very small chance to get a unique dragon fight. The encounter usually spawns in either the 3rd or 4th tier of the arena. And if you're able to defeat that dragon, if it's Uranas, you get a ton of gold. You get the Dragon's Horde, which is 100,000 gold. And on top of that, you also get some of the Dragon's Horde cards and equipment that go with those cards. For Zakir, as far as I know, you don't get the Dragon's Horde gold, but you do get an animated Patriarch of Flames that is probably worth the same, if not more, than the gold you would have gotten from Urnas. So, and I'm not sure which one's considered more rare, but pretty cool that those random encounters exist. Okay, Coach, if you're ready, I'll go ahead and do the first roll for the raffle.
Just need to make sure that you note the names, and we're not going to send the things right now. We're going to send them during the day tomorrow. And if you're a PS4 player, just let us know. What we're going to do is that we're going to take a note of your name. And obviously we can't send you the things that we're raffling right now, but we're going to make sure to send you something that would be equivalent to you. So it's likely going to be a PS Store code for some platinum, but that we're going to do an alternate win for you. So if we had PS4 player, just let us know. And we're going to roll again for the other pieces that we have.
Okay, and is that's something you would like me to track as well, the IGN?
Yeah.
The price?
And after the stream, you'll send me the information. I'll enter that in the master spreadsheet for the giveaways.
Got it. Okay, we'll do the prizes and IGNs. All right, you guys ready? Let's do this. We're rolling.
So again,
official zip.
Nice.
You are the first winner. So official zip. What is your IGN? Are you here?
So we're doing 2 evos and a draft first.
Okay, so this must have been for the evo. Looks like Zip is here. What is your IGN official Zip? Zip Master. Okay, we got it. Okay, so I guess we're gonna gear up for the second evo code. So get your names in here. Now I'm completely noob with this. Let me make sure I'm not giving a prize to the same person that just won. How do I do that? Or is that okay? Is it okay to let the same person win, Coach? What do you think?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
These
okay.
But when we get into the meteor prices, maybe we don't want like the same person that gets the Portentio get the stream code, but for the Evo codes and such, it's not too bad.
Sure.
Usually, as long as you don't reset the giveaway, I think it will ignore previous winners.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. All right, so let's do the second Evo code. Winner is Halsey P. Is that you, Halsey? I know Halsey. I think I know Halsey. Halsey P, you are the winner. Let me know your IGN. We'll give you about 30 seconds. And if you don't respond, we will pass the Evo code on to someone else. That's you. Nice. IGN Halsey. All right. Awesome. That's a cornerstoner. Well, not a stoner, but a cornerstone.
I don't mind
Cornerstoner.
having that label.
Cornerstoner.
All right. And let's roll for the draft code. Gonna roll right now. Jatora, I know you're in chat. All right. You're welcome. Thank you. All right, I have all that recorded. So do we want to do something else before rolling for the big prizes? The big PVE prizes?
I think we're going to go with the donation incentives right now. So,
All right.
a Frustrating Arena Terror Brewery starter kit that was graciously given by Perword.
Oh, awesome.
And we're going to have a set of Chronic Madness from the Wardens.
All right, and Chronic Madness. So let's give away the Terrorberry starter kit first. See who's gonna get that. All right, gonna roll in 3, 2, 1. Fizzy Drag Pun. Fizzy Drag Pun, you are the winner of the Terrorberry starter kit. If you're here, no thank you. Is that a no thank you, you don't want it? If you do want it, let me know your IGN. Oh, reroll. Okay, cool. So yeah, if you guys already have this and you're not interested, we can definitely reroll. So we're gonna reroll for the Terrorberry starter kit. Psyched Elephant, you are the winner. If you'd like to claim this, let us know your IGN.
Nice. We've got two Terror Brewery here that are running, so this is the
Same
kind
as
that I feel
Twitch.
they're going to get. And we also have a spicy brew for Goliathus for the arena right now. Goliathus, if you take a minute, talk us about your build right now.
Oh, he's got the egg hunt going on.
It's the egg build that I have built a long time ago. Basically, just keep building the egg, and then keep building the board until you have all the troops to swing in one turn. After
Nice.
buffing with the recall power.
Nice.
And he's getting benefits from the Spring Litter Disciple that's creating more eggs. Very cool. So the way that egg hunt works is every time you exhaust with 3 troops, you put an egg into play. I believe that's how it functions. So with Spring Litter Disciples in play, that increases. With the equipment, I think it's 2 eggs. So instead of 2 eggs, it's 4 eggs. So it looks like he just put 12 eggs into play with 9 troops. Pretty cool. All right, so Psyched Elephant, congrats again on the Terrorberry starter. Glad that's awesome to you. And Coach, are you ready to roll on the Chronic Madness? The money escalates.
Yeah, we're getting into some sweet cards right now.
All right, guys, let's roll for those Chronic Madnesses. Good luck, everybody. There's 62 people active. So what I'm gonna do, looks like, okay, we're gonna just roll on these 62 actives right now. Boom, Perwert, you win. You hear, Perwert?
That's nice. He did donate the starter brewery deck, and he's getting a set of Chronic Madness, so that's cool.
Nice, congrats.
That's a lot of value, and thanks again for the donation. Really appreciate it.
Your and your IGN is Perwert, right? Just type it again, and I'll make sure that we record that. All right, so Thanks everyone for the donations, and well, as we continue to get donations, we'll hit our other benchmarks. The next one up is $100 donation. So
Well,
with 50 more dollars,
we do need
we'll
to
hit the angel.
we do need to raffle the slithering marauders though.
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot. And those are huge. Those are huge.
Those are Kickstarter rewards. They cannot be farmed. They're not from packs, and they're pretty darn cool.
The way they interact with the game is their cost decreases for every action you have in your crypt. Their base cost is 10, but if you can get the cost down, if you can get 10 actions in your crypt, their base cost becomes 0. So, and then Coach has an amazing deck that I still have not had the opportunity to play that makes amazing use of this card. So, you definitely want to try to get these. If you guys get them, you're extremely lucky because not very many people have a playset of Slithering Marauder. So, best of luck, everybody. We're going to roll in 3, 2, 1. Wraith! I know Wraith.
Yeah.
Rigged.
2 Slithering Marauders. Next are Angel of Foresight. So we're definitely going to play some decks that are running these cards in the upcoming few minutes. And what I thought we would be doing is just reviewing the PVE meta that we have right now. So the top decks that we have for Frustrating Arena, the top decks that we have for the campaign, and then with the last time that we have, and do some kind of maybe theory crafting with the new mercs. Could be cool.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Sounds good. That's a good plan.
And
all right.
Nice. So we're out of raffles for now. Donated a bunch. Let me tag them here in my tracker. Upcoming raffles are 5 Frost Art Booster and an Armies of Myth poster sleeve. Super cool. And of course, with more donations, if we get them, you're going to get a ton more giveaways. And you really want us to get to 200 because the set of 400 300 with equipment, these cards are nuts, and you really want them. Before we switch to my screen, Goliathus, can you show your deck list? I know someone in chat wanted to see what you're running right now.
Yeah, maybe right when
yes, okay, give me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so Forgotten Triolith, for those that don't know, trading at around 1400, 1500 last I checked. I have traded for 2 myself to try to get a play set. So that raffle alone is worth probably a good $60 on just having a play set of Triolith. So definitely worth it. You know, if you guys can donate $5, it's going to a good cause, and you could potentially win a set of Forgotten Triolith worth 60. So pretty good value for a donation.
And while we wait, let me just play the slideshow. So speaking about donation here, every $5 that you donate is going to give you a ticket for the bigger charity stream giveaways that are going to be decided once the charity stream ends. There's a ton of prizes, as you can see on the screen right now. Very interesting signed poster, SNES Mini, there's sleeves, a ton of stuff. So you really want to donate. When you donate the $5 or more, enter your in-game name as well, so that if you win, they're going to be able to provide you with the prizes.
Super awesome.
15 before the Triolith announcement. Yeah, the Triolith is going to be very, very cool.
Yeah, it's a fun card to play with.
We're 115 right now. It's great. We're getting there. Thanks for the donation. I don't know why the donation didn't get off from the stream though. Sorry for that. Oh, and we have Goliathus just posted the Easter egg list on the chat right now if you're interested to see the list that he's running this time. This is
Spring
where
litter is definitely fun with this list though, because it does count each egg uniquely for the +1. So being able to get that the plus what was it, 4 eggs instead of 2 eggs is quite a big difference.
I didn't realize it counted each egg individually.
Yeah. Yeah,
Do
it's
we
pretty
have
nice.
WorkerBot in the chat? I saw a forum post that it was fixed. I don't know if he's working right now.
I'm not sure. I don't see it myself. But I'm also using this raffle overlay thing, so chat looks a bit different to me right now.
I'm not recording. I have too many things on my computer running at the same time right now. It would have interfered with the stream, but the stream recordings are going to be available on
No, there's WorkerBot.
the video in the on the official channel, and I'm likely going to extract the speed race at the very least and put it on YouTube for sure. Like, I think it's a good learning experience for new players as well, and it's just fun. It's just really fun. And if you guys are into having player speed race in a split screen kind of fashion, we did it with Discord. We might try other medias in the future to have the split screen working.
Yeah, I need revenge.
And MLX needs this revenge.
We'll have to do it again.
Yeah, we kind of need to do. Well, maybe we can do a league. That would be cool, right? Maybe once a month or something like that.
Yeah, that would work. It's just, I mean, it's without the screens all up at the same time. It's hard to police it, but I think the way that we did it through Discord worked pretty well.
My only issue is the quality of the display. Because if we could,
But I think
Yeah.
the way that we did it through Discord pretty well. My only issue is the quality of the
well, you're
I'm
clicking
hearing a
lot
little
on
bit
it.
of repeating. I think it might be through somebody on Discord right now.
Yeah.
The audio repeating.
So we're going to
I got
switch
it.
you.
hearing a little bit of might be somebody on Discord right
So guys, I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch and log off from Discord. Oh, new donation cause V11. And we are now at...
Whoa!
It.
We're at 130. That's 20 off of the next incentive, right?
Nice.
Great.
Nice donation. Thank you so much. So what I was going to say is I'm going to close the Discord right now, going to switch to my main display, and we're going to review some decks. We're going to have some spicy things for you tonight, basically reviewing the whole PVE meta and then doing some theory crafting. And thank you so much for the runners. I'm still going to be opening the Discord voice chat. I'm going to be in the voice chats for the Wardens. So if you want to join in the Wardens voice chat for the stream, you can just hop in on the Wardens and then you should be good to go.
Are you gonna lose our video feeds too?
Yeah, I'm going to display my screen. So that's why I'm closing this call. But if you want to join back, go in the Wardens, in the voice channels. There's one for streaming.
Yeah,
I'll be there. Call right now. Going to the other one. Give me a second here. Streaming. Here we go. And
Testing.
I think it just pulled us all into it.
a bunch join. And again, the Wardens of Entrat Discord is open to public. If you want to join in, we've got a bunch of merry.
Okay, we're here.
Yeah, that works. Guys, if you are in the Wardens voice chat though, be on mute and please don't have the. Make sure that you're not getting background noise. That's interfering right now. Yeah, Axel, I muted you. There's too many background noise. Too much background noise.
Yeah, I muted him as well. It looks like Hex Broombot just spoiled a card in chat.
Oh, is that so?
The
Oh my
Engorged
god.
Gobbler.
That's
It's
one.
pretty awesome.
Alright, let me share that real quick.
And maybe you could pull it up on stream.
Yeah. Yeah, so if I do a browser display, that's
The art on that's amazing.
yeah, that art is a bit troubling.
It's just a bat that's eating a little bit too much of knowledge. He's got all the actions going down his mouth. There's little gobblers coming to him with more actions to drop down his throat.
That's one weird I that's one disturbing art, but I really love it. That's the master gobbler right there.
That is a combat training master. He will love combat training.
Man, okay, let's read that card real quick. So we've got 10 cost, Engorged Gobbler, 2 ruby threshold troop. It's a gobbler, it's a rare, it has crush, and it is a 10/10. It also has
10/10
one
crush.
very powerful line of text, which is when you play an action, this gets -1 cost in all zones. That's crazy
I know.
good.
It's crazy. Gobblers live in hives. They spend their days feeding and protecting their queen, is the flavor text.
Wait, that's a
So
lady?
Oh, that would be the queen right there.
yes, so you can see by the size of the queen's wings that it has a hard time flying. So that's probably why this is a ground locked gobbler.
Also explains the placement of the other gobblers, conveniently censoring.
Yes. Let's not. Well, you never know. You know where those are located on gobblers. So
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, but that man, any card with a cost reduction mechanic in PvE should poke your attention, right? So that's one of the most powerful thing they can do with any card is ways to cheat it in play or cheat its cost. Because when that happens, this is where you get broken cards, and we've seen it in the past with the shortest WFX, and this is true for most of other TCGs as well that have a resource base. Is that if you have ways to cheat or reduce the cost of cards, they have usually from the get-go they have potential. Now they need to be good enough to be played, right? There needs to be a good context, but seeing a card that gets reduced with playing actions, we've had similar builds right now. We've got the PA, the Psychic Ascension builds right now that essentially goes off playing cards, playing actions, and that's a build in PvP. And although this is no Psychic Ascension, it's still a 10/10 crush. That will get reduced in cost, and we have champions that create actions. We've got cards that create actions.
have the swamp butt.
And Swambat. And if you're playing, say, a Ruby Sapphire build, if you have any way to protect your 10/10 crush, it's likely going to win the game.
Oh yeah. This card's gonna be really fun to see in constructed and see how people utilize this. With McBombus rotating out as Largershberg is talking about in chat right now,
Gonna mention that.
and combat training rotating out of the standard constructed meta. It'll be interesting to see how people start to make the actions matter deck in the new format. But I still have a feeling that something that would play Engorged Gobbler would still be a Sapphire Ruby themed deck, at least for constructed. And there's so many different ways we can go in PvE to make something like this work very well.
And I can see it in the stars right now. This card is going to have an equipment, likely feat, or trinket, and it's going to give it speed.
Why does it have to be feat or trinket all the time? Put speed on a weapon. Like the Cerulean High Council.
And we do have Zip Zapper that has speed on a weapon as well.
Oh, that's
Well,
true.
That's
That is true.
for PvP. You can already kind of do this because Crimson Clarity has the speed trinket, and I don't see any reason to not play Crimson Clarity with this guy. because that's just double ramp for him.
Yeah, Crimson Clarity is basically pay to get 4 resources for something like this, because it's effectively reducing the cost by 1 and giving you the bonus resource.
Yeah, and then you can give it the speed, and like you don't have to even play it that turn. You can just play more action.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the head equipment for Crimson Clarity.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a
So
good idea.
PvE, there's a bunch of ways to give speed to troops, so that's a bit easier. We'll see in PvP if we get some ways to give this one speed, but if there are, and they are actions, might be something there.
Like equipment wise for him, like maybe like some sort of chess piece, kind of like the Mama Yeti chess piece.
Yeah.
Like, oh, all your gobblers get like a thing.
And we already have some great gobbler cards, so let me just get this down a bit smaller, and let me just open the deck builder real quick, and let's look at gobblers and their equipment.
Yeah, we got the Bogberg, we got the Flickering Gobbler.
So Flickering Gobbler has a weapon equipment that says deploy a random action in your hand, get cost -1. Ah.
Yep.
That's nice.
And I think Bogberg has head equipment, I believe.
And
Forget what it does.
Bogberg is head equipment legendary. Instead, it changed the deploy to each champion discard their hand, draw 7 card, +2/+2 for each action drawn this way. Then actions in your hand gets when you play this, copy it.
Oh, nice.
And it does have speed on the boots.
Okay, the boots must be new. I don't believe it was released with Bogberg initially, so maybe that's a Frostring Arena reward. I don't recall those being initially with the Bogberg set.
Yeah. So speed on this guy, if you manage to sneak it and play before, like earlier than turn 6, with speed, this one is likely just going to win the game on the spot. And that's what you're searching in PvE, is that you want, usually you do very silly things, like you cheat the rules a lot, the rules of engagement a lot, and you want the cards that you're doing all these efforts for, you want them to win the game, and something like that, it can easily be a 10-10 or 12-12 swinging with flight and speed on the turn you play it. This is the kind of cards that you look at, and something like that, like most of the troops that have equipment for speed are usually have a good place, and even in competitive, what I would call competitive PvE. But yeah, this is very interesting. But we do have another spoiler to show for right now as well. This would be from the Wardens of Entrat, and if you were part of the Wardens of Entrat Discord over the last week, we've been spoiling pieces and pieces of the card, and today would be the official release.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah. So let me just get that real quick on the stream, and this one will be interesting as well. It is a PvE card. Here it is in all its glory, and it is Feral Fuel Infusion Device. So the Infusion Device are a series of cards that usually they are 1 cost, and they have some kind of activation. They usually have to do with giving you thresholds or rimping. All of them up to this date all have to do with threshold. This one is a bit different, but it does a ton of stuff, and it has some very, very cool text to here. So Nico, do you want to read a card?
Yeah, sure. So it's Feral Fuel Infusion Device. Pay 1, sacrifice this. Target troop you control gets Gladiator 2. If you have both Ruby and Wild Threshold while this is in your crypt, pay 1. Put this into your deck. Ready each troop you control with Gladiator. This is a 1-cost PvE card. So yeah, we're almost guaranteed to have at least 1 equipment piece for it, potentially 2, that could make it even more powerful than this is right here. So what are your thoughts on this card, Coach?
Well, first off, I want to answer questions in chat. This is from set 8. We don't know what it is from. It could be from chest spin rolls, it could be within the chest, or it could just be an update to Frustrating Arena that they do with the set 8. We don't know yet where it comes from. It could be either of these places. The likely place though, it usually when we get a PvP set, in the past, PvE cards alongside the PvP set comes from the Kismet chest rolls or the inside the chest as well. But we don't know. We don't know what it is from at this time.
I'm sure it's probably related to set 8, is my guess. Probably not Frustrating Arena, but who knows how they release it. And with it being rare, it could easily be either in a chest or it could be roll based. And I don't want to do the card a disservice. We should read the flavor text too. It took a lot of experimentation to get the feral fuel formula just right. Fruity with a dash of blind rage.
Oh
So
man,
that's
that
pretty cool.
needs to be the title of something like fruity with a dash of blind rage.
The next gladiator deck we make with this will be be the title of it.
That has to be the title of a deck at some point. I could even see this like if you go the PS4 client X Clash of Cards fruity with a dash of blind rage.
You know, they should make an AA version of a PvE card like this, or maybe just update the art and put like the berry bunch at the top of the formula.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. That's what happened to them. That's why they're no longer.
The poor berry bunch are part of the feral.
You can't buy them anymore.
They were too fruity.
They were too fruity. Yeah, they didn't make the final build.
But the berry bunch are very powerful, so it would make sense that they could be part of the feral fuel, as powerful as it is, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned this briefly for a bit, but I just want to touch back on it. Since this is a spoiler with set 8, it's been my experience that I'd be surprised if it didn't have 2 equipment for it.
Yeah, usually
the nature of like whenever we get these PVE spoilers with a new PvP set, they normally have 2 equipment. Like I could be wrong, but I don't think there's been a PvE card. That's weird to say. That doesn't have 2 equipments with it.
No, but you're right. I think that all Wheels of Fate cards, either inside the chest or as a roll, all have at least 1 equipment.
Yes, true. And I like to take guesses on what the equipment might do, and my guess for this one is it'll target 2 troops rather than
to make the same guess.
Yeah, rather than 1 for the gladiator too.
But if we look at the card, right? So it's 1 cost, and it does nothing when you play it, but you can sacrifice it as a combat trick of sorts. So really, it's 2 costs for a gladiator 2 at quick. It's not the greatest, but it's still relevant, right, for most of the fights. If you're in Wild and Ruby, you want to be aggressive, and being able to give +2 attack on the quick to a troop that wasn't blocked, that seems fair. Like, and if you have early, evasive flying troops, that can work well. And
or if you're playing Mobilize, you could also be playing Mobilize and get added value out of the ready. Yeah. So it's a way to just continually trick your opponent. Also, being able to use that at any time is really powerful. It's just it can give you an extra blocker when you don't have one. It can also just be something that you're playing from your crypt to remove something from the crypt. If you're playing a deck that needs cards to come out of the crypt. What's that card that a lot of people like to play? Gravengeist? Would that also trigger Gravengeist? I think it might.
Yeah. Any card that goes out that is removed from the crypt would trigger Geist.
Yeah.
But this being able to be played from the crypt though really enables a whole lot of things, because if we have good cards that require you to discard as part of the cost or the effect, this becomes a very good target if you're in Wild Ruby, and you can get value. You can use that as a discard fodder. Then you get a lot of value from your cards within the crypt. Troops with Gladiator. This is even for the Frustrating Arena, it could be very good because we do have a champion that gives Gladiator to all your troop for a turn. So if you play with that champion, that could be part of some kind of a combo kill, right? As you have this,
Torque.
You play Torque, and then you give Gladiator to all your troop. Then you have 1 or 2 or 3 of the Ferrofuel devices in your crypt, and then you can ready your troop a couple times during the same turn.
Prepare for war.
Yeah.
Prepare for war. Torque. Ready. Attack. Goodbye.
And
want to know what I really want to see for the other equipment though? Just draw a card. You can put it anywhere, and it'd just be really good.
That would likely be one hell of
Like
an
when you
equipment for
play
that.
it, when you get the Gladiator 2, or when you put it back in your deck. On any of those, it'd be really good.
I don't think they'll go as far as putting draw a card on that card though, because it's an artifact, and anywhere that would say draw a card on a 1-cost artifact would become a staple in most any list that has access to artifacts.
Yeah, say goodbye to Jack Hat. Put this guy in. No, Jack Hat, you'll still stay in the deck. Sorry, Jack Hat.
Yeah, you'll run both.
Yeah, you run Jackets. You no, but if we look at the card draw that we have from artifacts, it's just insane right now.
Gladiator when you play it, because it doesn't have anything that happens when you just play it.
Yeah.
So probably add Gladiator to that.
And not to mention that there's a lot of ways to get artifact cost reduced with dwarves. So this could be just a 0-cost artifact that you have in your deck to fuel other things, and at some point you do get the thresholds, and you can do some other things with that.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Because it combos well with any deck that runs something like a Dread Technomancer or a War Machinist. This would be really great with War Machinist, actually. So it'll be interesting to see how people start to play this.
Yeah, the 2 thresholds on it though, like it doesn't have, it's Ruby Wild and there's 2 thresholds, so it's a bit prohibitive. But I do understand that they want to do that on powers that comes from the crypt, because if it had no threshold requirement, that would be an instant card.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think it is important for it to have those thresholds contributed to it. It's still a great card without it. So,
but yeah, this is one interesting spoiler, and already what I really like is that we have potential there. We have something that comes from the crypt. It's low cost. It has some utility to it, so it has a lot of versatility. It's not quite powerful enough to be for me to consider it like a staple for PVE or a possible staple for PVE, but there's a lot of potential, and the equipment can really turn this card into a powerhouse depending on what they do, and it's going to be very interesting to see once we have the full set reveal what this one does, because it could be a sleeper.
Yeah, definitely. I just really like it, just to reinforce what you guys have already said, but being able to put this back into your deck against like Fenteo to make sure that you don't die at the start of your next turn is amazing. So it's going to allow some flexibility against mill type of decks in PvE.
Yeah, it's true, and that's another point, right? You can do it at quick action. It's in the crypt, you can do it at quick action. So if you're against a Bury deck and you don't have access to, say, key cards to fight the Bury strategy from the AI, you can just run a couple of these, and as long as you're quick and you have access to resources, you're never going to die from Bury.
Exactly.
You also get Infinite Gladiator.
You do need the thresholds though, but that gives a tool for a Ruby wild deck to be safe from Bury, and that's really great because I don't think there was any other card in this short combination that would be able to do that.
There's a couple artifacts that can help with it.
Sure.
Well,
yeah, you can run infusion devices.
Well, I guess the big one is the Walking Calamity. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take back my words. We already have Walking Calamity against Bury. It should be pretty okay.
Well, sure, Walking Calamity is okay, but like, do you want a more effective card in your deck if you're not playing Ruby Wild Ramp. Yeah,
But it's added, like
it's a choice.
It's a card that does so many things. That's what's interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is an interesting card. We don't have anything that's quite like this.
No, and anything that runs from the crypt in PVE has my full attention, because we already have a lot of enablers for that, and there's likely going to be more. And watch for cards in the upcoming set that mentions this card or cares about artifact, because if we get some good ones, this is going to be doing something great.
Yeah, great. Yeah, cool spoiler. Glad we got to share that. We hit another donation incentive too.
150. Awesome. Oh, we've got the Angels of Foresight now. That's nice. So before we do the Angel of Foresight giveaway, maybe we can do a quick go at a couple of fights showcasing the Angel of Foresight.
Nice.
Where is that deck? We've got the Nope deck or the Foresight deck. What do you guys want to run? The Nope deck or the Foresight?
What are the major differences between the two?
Foresight is Wild Sapphire, so it's going to run some ramp cards, and it's a lot of action with Renlock. You just draw and you play the Angel of Foresight. The Nope deck is Mono Sapphire, full on control. It's a control aggro list, and
Swift Paw.
It wins with infinite turn. Well, not infinite turn, but enough turns to just kill the opponent.
Oh, this is your Ruinbind deck too. Yeah, let's watch that one. That one's cool.
Oh, let's do with the Nope
It's
deck.
a cool one.
I'm going to show the list after a couple fights. I'm still running Winter Moon, but this is Mono Sapphire deck. Just running it for the few encounters that can be longer fights. And
so,
also,
Coach, I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Okay.
And, yeah, Winter Moon can help against Bury some amount of the time, and it does some sweet things. So you will see here, we've got a starting end with Runebind, Scheme, Arcane Focus, and Angel of Foresight. So I'm going to keep that, but Mad Pack Master tends to be aggressive. We've got at least one way to interact, and the Scheme on the Mastery of Time should be giving us something good to do. And we'll see. So first turn. Oh, we even got a locket here. Do we want to
Does
go?
that help this though?
The locket? Not that much. This is pretty much the kind of deck that runs 4 copies of every single card. So, and we're putting cards back into our deck. Well,
yeah, and then you're scheming them, so
I'm not going to go for Scheme right now, though. I'm just going to start with the Parrot. And the Parrot, what it does many things in this list, but it also enables turn 3 Angel of Foresight when it's not burned to crisp. Sadly, it is getting burned to crisp right now. And you know what? We could use a bit of game music, so let me try to... Oh, I don't think it works. Yeah, I switched to my headphones. Sadly, I'm not going to have in-game music. That would have been cool. Maybe if I restart the game, I'll try that after a couple fights.
Would you use Hex's music or your own?
I use X's music. I really love the music, and most of the time when I play X, I just leave it in the background and listen to the music.
Oh.
I love it. I love it. There's a couple battle boards as well that have dedicated music. They're pretty cool, like the ship battle board, the pirate ship battle board has a very awesome soundtrack that runs. Really love it.
I got tired of it pretty quick, but then again, I'm also really big metalhead.
So here we're going to play Angel of Foresight. So this is a card we're going to give away. It's a 4-cost 2 Sapphire Threshold troop. It is an Avatar of Wisdom at rare, and it reads Fly, Deploy, and right now I'm playing both equipment, so this text is improved, but we will be giving away the equipment as well, both equipments. And once it is equipped, deploy 4 random actions in your deck and get, when you play this, summon an Angel of Foresight. Also, when it deals combat damage to an opposing champion, put a random action from your deck into your hand. So the ring here is adding the deploy 4 random cards instead of 2. So the best card is 2 instead of 4. And the legendary equipment, which is extremely good for that kind of deck that I'm running right now, is that when you deal damage to an opposing champion, you draw an action from your deck. So this card is going to improve actions, and it yet let you draw more of them. It doesn't draw troop, it doesn't draw shards, it helps you draw action. And when you're using Scheme to duplicate, say, Mastery of Time, I now have 7 Mastery of Times in my deck, and I don't have 40 actions in the list. I have roughly 30 actions, and now 7 out of 35 are Mastery of Times. So as we're going to attack here, we're going to draw action, and they're all going to be very, very relevant for us. Also, one thing to not underestimate is that the actions that get modified, they get deployed, create Angel of Foresight. So when the new Angel of Foresight hits the board, it's going to do the deploy effect again. So it's going to do 4 more. And then at some point, if you play enough, you're going to get cards with, like, create 5 Angel of Foresight, and then you're going to have 5 times 4 cards modifier going all around your deck. It's going to be insane. So right now we played one. This one wasn't changed. This one wasn't changed. So first thing first, we're going to attack, see what we draw. Hopefully a Mastery of Time.
You have all your cards EA'd, which makes this deck a little bit more annoying to play.
It's a bit annoying, but I really don't care. I just love the extended arts on the card. And we draw one of the Mastery of Time. We don't have anything that was modified with what I would call Foresight, so we're just going to take another turn, drawing a card there. This one wasn't. Going to swing to draw one more card. One more actions from the deck. No card modified by Foresight, but we can use this. And I'm actually going to go with the Parrot here, because the next action that we play is going to be duplicated because of the one shot on the Parrot here. So if it is, say, a Mastery of Time, we're going to get 2 turns. Hopefully it doesn't die. We could protect the Parrot with Runebind, but we will waste the one shot on the Runebind. That's not necessarily a bad thing though, but we'll see what happens there. No removal on the Parrot means that we're going to bank on 2 turns, and it should be more than enough to get the win here. Because just with the 3/3 flyer, we've got 2 turns in the bank. That's going to lead to some distant damage. We've got another Mastery of Time, so we've got 3 turns in the bank. At this point, just going to play the other Angel, playing the Shard, getting the here. So we could put technically, if we want to go full combo, we could put Scheme back and some just random cards. They're going to draw cards, and
I'd go full combo.
And now we don't have any other cards that are modified by Foresight. We've got 8 Foresight modifier all throughout the deck, and we've got 1 right now. So going to do this and get a non-shard, because if you didn't know, Runebind, it is a staple in Sapphire decks, full-on PvP all-star, and when you're playing PvE, their boots equipment that gives Fate Weave to that card is just insane. This is one of the strongest cards in PvP, and you give it arguably one of the most powerful thing you could give to such a card.
Yeah, it's true. I can't believe they did that.
So
Crazy.
Here, oh, we've got a Mastery of Time with an Angel proc here, so we're going to take on our another turn, and since we have access to this, let's see if we can find another Mastery of Time that creates an Angel. So we're pretty much at 1, right?
Yep.
Can draw some cards. So Mastery of Time that creates an Angel, and then we swing with 3 Angel of Foresight that are going to draw 3 actions, likely more Masteries of Times. These Runes of Ripplewood are very cool because you can play them for 0 if you need to. So get more Angels and more procs of Angels. And this is the first action that we played with the Captain's Parrot, so it gets doubled. And then you can just play and just go nuts here with a bunch of turns in the bank and an army of flight troops. And that's great. And I'm just, you know, just doing a quick exercise. You know, imagine yourself in the future. It might be a distant future, but in the future where X has released Adventure Zone and we have max level characters and we have raids and the fights are really hard, and if it's anything like TCG raids, you will have, say, one person on the team that's an damage dealer, one person that's some kind of a healer, and one person that's a control. And what Angel of Foresight enables you to do it, if you're playing either the control or the healer and you just have Angel of Foresight and that's your only troop, as you're going to play healing spells, you're going to amass an immense board, and you're just going to be able to kill the AI with that. And right now, this is really not something that great because the fights are going quick, and we don't have long fights. But we have somewhat too long fights in the game right now. But as the content will get harder, the HP will get higher, and the fights are going to get longer. Cards like Angel of Foresight are going to be staples in these kinds of decks, because what it does is fairly unique. It's nearly it's exponential. It's not exponential, but it's is it exponential? No, it's not exponential, but still pretty cool.
It's also going to be interesting to see how Killipede and Reginald interact with the raids.
Yeah. That obviously, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a decent ban list for the raids, as we already have cards that are banned in PVE.
Good point.
Just because they interact with champion power, at the core of PVE is really the uniqueness of all the champion powers. So cards like that, they kind of don't work really well with PVE, but we'll see. Here we're.
And that's considering they have a deck that we are interacting with.
Yeah.
And then the way that so the makers of Hex also designed WoW-TCG, and for those of you that have played WoW-TCG and enjoyed it, there were the raids, and some of the later raids in WoW-TCG had I'm trying to think of the right terminology used for it, but basically there were certain tiers of a raid where you're not fighting the final boss the entire time. You're fighting different events that are for that final boss. So if there are more than one event during a boss raid, even if you mill out the entire deck, the next deck could pop up after that deck for the next part of that raid fight. So there's a lot of different ways that they could handle dealing with certain cards that might seem troublesome on paper right now.
I did a small misplay here. I could have used Runes of Ripplewood for 0 to get the Swiftpot Trickster back to my hand, so that I can counter the next action that this guy plays. Let me see if I can dig something great here. Not really. But we've got mostly everything that we need. So this wasn't Foresight, this wasn't Foresight. Oh, we've got a scheme with Foresight. We've got a Runes of Ripplewood with Foresight. So we're pretty much set. We're going to play, well, we're going to wait a bit, attack with this, and then do some damage.
So those of you guys that are...
Is Permafrost for...
Swiftpaw probably? Or Ruin?
Okay.
Yeah, Permafrost enables you to play Swiftpaw Trickster on turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a good idea.
Or Runes of Ripplewood, and usually you get it's Mono Sapphire, so you do get the threshold one way. Like one turn later, it's okay because this is still a control list, right? So it's not too bad if you're delayed a bit. But yeah, this usually does the trick. That's why they're there. Oh, and then another Mastery of Time.
So I was going to say to chat, for anyone that's watching that wants to build a fun PvE deck, one of the more affordable cores that you could start with is a playset of Swiftbot Trickster with only the head equipment. and then a playset of Runes of Ripplewood with the feat equipment. And you can build a very strong and fun core Sapphire deck with those 8 cards.
And you just do copy these, and then you know, once this deck, that's why it's called a nope deck. Once you get a hold on the board state, you're just never losing it. Like right now I've got Trickster to interrupt any card at quick. I'm with the angels, we're drawing more fuel every time we attack, and the more angels that we have, the more we proc, and this just gets out of hand really quickly. And usually after turn 2 or 3, the opponent cannot play any card, and often they're not going to be able to play any turn at all. So this is why I call this the nope deck. Yeah, pretty fun here. So we're going to raffle a playset of Angels of Foresight. So let me pull the deck real quick on the screen while we do the raffle. And
man, I'm always too scared just to jump out of runs like that.
So this is the deck. So it is not, this build particularly is not cheap. But as Nico said, you can build a very good core with Trickster, Ripplewood, and some Angel of Foresight, and then, you know, you do whatever cool actions you have. Obviously, taking turns is often the best. And if you play one, I play one scheme because I'm playing Winter Moon. I've seen other people run similar lists without Winter Moon. Usually don't run scheme because you don't have the recursion ability, but still I would err on the side of playing in one scheme, just to have, like, when you get up to 7 masteries of times in your list, often it's enough to just chain 3 or 4. And if you train 3 or 4 masteries of time with Angel of Foresight, you're winning. You already won the game. The parrots are free.
Definitely.
You get them from the campaign when you do the Adjacency quest with the ship. And yeah, the rest, rune binds are not cheap though. That's usually where things get a bit hairy, and getting a playset of Angel of Foresight with equipment is around the $60 mark. So the playset is very valuable.
Mastery of Time and Ripplewood aren't cheap either.
Yeah, this is not a cheap list, but
it's like half the deck is.
But if you want to build
it's not as expensive as that Optimatron one made.
Yeah, that Tron deck is it's like the ultimate wallet slapper, but
that is the ultimate black Visa card of Hex decks. So I hope all you guys that are interested in a playset of Angel of Foresight are in on this raffle. It is it's a great and fun card to play with. So whenever you're ready, Coach, I'll roll for this one. Looks like we have about 50 people in for this.
Nice. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just going, while you're doing that, I'm going to post the 2 spoilers that we've had so far on Twitter.
Okay. All right. I'm going to roll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shedden, you are the winner of a playset of Angel Foresight. Send me your IGN, and we will make sure we get that to you later.
Nice. That's some real great value right there.
Yeah, congrats. All right, guys. And, so our next donation incentive is another $100 away, but it's an amazing donation of 4 Forgotten Triolith, which is an incredible card to play with, especially for the Frostring Arena. There are only, and I've talked about this in like articles I've written too. There's only about 3 or 4 cards in the game that have true cheat into play mechanics, and Forgotten Triolith is one of them, and it's perhaps the most powerful. With its weapon equipment, you can cheat it into play on turn 0 before you play a resource, just by throwing 3 cards from your hand into the crypt. So, and it's just, there's so many different ways that you can abuse that. So, it's very awesome for Coach to pull that donation together and offer it to everyone that just for donating $200 combined for this segment.
Yep, we've got the tweet has been sent with the 2 spoilers, and if we get to 1,000 during the segment, we're going to get a third one. And I'm going to say that this one ties in with a piece of the story that we have in Adventure Zone 2, giving us insight on what happens next. So that's a very
nice.
interesting things coming in our way if we get there. PvE definitely needs more love. Yeah, it's a very nice, and I was talking to it on the 2/3 episode that we recorded just before the segment, but for the most part right now, PvE is a big sandbox, right? If you're just interested in the story, you will do the campaign, and maybe you do 1 or 2 runs of the Frustrating Arena and you get it, right? So if you're just here for the, I would call this a first level, we're going to have a couple hours of gameplay, it's fun, but it doesn't last very long. And as Corey was mentioning in his interview, like them releasing more Adventure Zone to further the story and provide us with a couple notes, it's not going to provide the best value for PvE right now in the game, because what it really is a sandbox experience. And what we need is more core PvE mechanics that will improve the amount of options that we have to play the game. And things like keeps and crafting system achievements have a lot of potential to add a lot of replayability and layers to the already big amount of layers that we have. Because, you know, me and Nico, we've been playing PvE for Adventure Zone 2. I've been get out for more than a year right now, or a year. And you know what? I've been tracking every single deck I could for PvE and documenting them in the Adventures Companion. We still have mercenaries with our list. We still haven't, and we have like 200 lists in there. So the sandbox for PvE right now is immense. It's huge. Like I do PvE all the time. The X is the only game I play, and I do PvE like many hours per week, discussing about decks, discussing about strategies, and you know what, we haven't found the bottom of it. and now we're getting a new set in a couple of weeks, and it's going to add a couple hundred cards, likely close to 100 equipment, and even if we get just a slight upgrade to Frustrating Arena, that's many months of gameplay right there. So if you like the sandbox experience, PvE is insane right now. It's really, really good. But if you're looking for the MMO experience, we don't have that yet. It's going to come later. But PvE is still a huge thing right now, and that's a lot of people forget about that. They forget about what PvP is. It's easy to look at what we don't have. That would be very cool and very, very, very nice, like the raiding and the MMO part. And yes, it would be amazing. I'm the first one in line that says, "Give me that tomorrow morning," right? For first in line. Me and Nico, we're first in line. I guarantee it. But
yeah, get out of my way. I'm first in line. Get out of the way.
But and it's easy to focus on that, but a lot of people they because they're frustrated or they're sad that they don't have that, lose track that we've got an immense experience in PvE. It's insane. It has infinite depth right now, and you could play months testing strategies with mercenaries and cards and permutations of decks, and we've been doing that since AZ2 for more than a year without any more. Without any more upgrade to the game, and we're still finding new ways to play the campaign. So it's just
there are infinite possibilities. Like the equipment system in Hex is truly a deep system, and it's really rewarding to be able to find new ways and interesting ways to make use of the equipment system.
Yeah, it's actually really overwhelming.
Yeah, but that's why the sandbox experience is so great, right? Things like Minecraft, they tried for a reason. They don't even give you a manual. Like, you start Minecraft and that's like, have fun, no rules, no figure it out, right? And there's millions of options. And PvE right now, it feels a bit like that. That I like to make the comparison, because you start it, you test a few decks, and oh, that's great. And then you get a few cards, and then you try permutation, and at some point you're going to go in the filter here, and you're going to show all items, and then you're screwed. You're hooked. And you do the same thing again with the equipment, and then you're like, okay, wow. Nice. I can do a lot of stuff. There's just a million things to do. And if you like sandbox experience, that's great. And one of the key things with Curry's interview that they did at the start of the charity stream was speaking about a possible tool for players to create content with X. And that's very general, that's very cryptic, but I'm just, trying to think of a world of tomorrow where we have a tool to create our own content, and if it has any tie-in to PvE, that could unlock an immense, very, very deep layer for PvE. Like if we could just challenge people with PvE decks and being able to set custom rules in fights, imagine what we would be doing right now. Even just with the Wardens, like tomorrow we get that, I guarantee it, the Wardens are going to create a PvE league, and we're going to have leaderboards and we're going
PvE
tons of stuff.
EDH.
Yeah, gotta drop in the
Holy cow.
EDH comment. There's the strongholds that they've been talking about sound like it would really add that huge layer to the onion that we don't really have yet. So I'm really looking forward to how they adapt and implement strongholds.
Yeah, I'm pretty hopeful that as much as Adventure Zone 2 changed the way we were playing PvE for the game, with everything that was said, I'm fully expecting that when AZ3 drops, it's going to be twice as big as a change to how we play the game. Of course, it's a long ways to it, but the other thing that was very positive from Curry's interview was that the fact that we will be getting smaller chunks of PvE, dedicated PvE releases until Adventure Zone 3. That's their goal right now. Of course, that's a goal that Curry says. In the real world, it might be ending up being something else, but that's the first time that they mention an intention to release smaller chunks of PvE until Adventure Zone 3, and I found that was very, very positive for the most part for anyone that loves PvE and want more PvE releases.
And from my point of view, even like a PvP set, that's still PvE to me.
That's fully PvE, because even more so, like PvP set releases, they have just more items for PvE players than they have for PvP players, because we use all the cards for PvP. On top of that, we get equipment, and we get even more cards.
They can turn the bad cards that they have to print into a really good card with the equipment.
So every set releases, it's an upgrade to PvE, and if we do get at some point a regular PvE release schedule, that's going to be very, very good, and I can't wait I can't wait to see where they're going to orient the PvE development. And there's still a lot of things in the air, and of course there are flaws in the system right now, but most of the problems that we have with PvE right now is that it is an incomplete design, right? When they design the PvE, they design it with all the bells and whistles, and that's how they imagine it. But right now we have but a fraction of it, so there's a lot of things that seems really weird or unfinished or purposeless. But once we've got all the layers of the system, it's likely not going to be the case. Like right now, you play the campaign, you're just getting gold, right? You play PvE, you're just getting gold. That's what you're getting. You're not working towards an achievement. You're not working towards an attunement with a faction. You're not trying to grind. You're not trying to work toward unlocking something, right? You're just getting gold, and yes, it's a big sandbox environment, and you can do a lot of things, and gold enables you to get cards and packs and all the things, but there's a big purpose behind PvE right now that's missing, and that was part of the original design. It's just not there yet.
We really need a genocide option.
A what option?
Genocide option, especially for certain ardent races.
Yeah, and there's a lot, there's a lot of possibilities with a sandbox that big and that deep. They can do pretty much nearly anything in PvE. It's just, it would be interesting to see where they're going for, but there's certainly a lot to play with right now. And again, that my own personal message to everyone is that I'm also as frustrated as you guys that we don't have all the nice things from the Kickstarter, but it doesn't mean that we don't have anything, and we have a kick-ass sandbox experience right now. It's just going to get better. So if you like that, then go and play with it. If you don't like it, that's fine. You should just wait. You play other things or you play other games, and at some point you're still going to have your collection. And I guarantee it, once we get Adventure Zone 3, there's a lot of cards that are going to switch in value. Because if we get very hard content, there's a lot of cards in PvE right now that are very good for longer games. They're not seeing a ton of play because we don't have purpose for them at the, what I would call competitive level, right? Once we do, cards like Angel of Foresight, if it becomes a staple in a deck that can stomp the harder content, that card is going to get crazy value.
Yeah, especially at like, you know, any old card that you just can't get anymore unless you've already had it. So yeah, value is going to skyrocket. I feel bad sometimes when I like trade cards that I know like in 2 or 3 years are going to be worth a lot more. But
it's always a gamble.
It is always a gamble. Very true.
Yeah, so since we're heading towards the Forgotten Trillet giveaway, just need $50, guys, and we go a place at the Forgotten Trillet. We're going to show you what you can do with them, and that's likely the extreme case, but this is one hell of a deck.
I think we still need 100, Coach. Are we still at 10,150?
We're at 150. Oh yeah, we started we're started 50.
Yeah,
so we need 100.
So I'm planning to drop 25. So get 3 other 25s, and then I match it, and then we'll be able to give that away.
Oh, you get 15 never went through? That's sad. I don't know what's going on with that. But if it didn't subtract any amount from your bank account already, maybe you can retry it. But yeah, that's a bit. I'm not familiar with the donation system as much. I know I already donated and I know how it works, but the ramification behind, I'm not quite sure. So here, the goal of this deck is, you know, when we spoke about Slithering Marauder, this is the card. And this has -1 in all zones for each action in your crypt. And deploy, you may target an action in your crypt, avoid it, and play it for free. When the deals command to damage to an opposing champion, you do the same thing. You play an action for free. And with the glove equipment, it adds line actions in your hand that have cost -1. So this card starts at 10, right? It's not that great. But if you have great ways to fill your crypt, things are going to get intense very quickly. Right now, I'm not seeing what I like. Yeah, let's try it like that. So usually you want to start this with either a Slithering Marauder or a Succumb to Madness in your hand. But if you don't, having the right thresholds and card draw, enabling the crypt, that's okay. Terrorize would enable us to put absolute power in the crypt, and that's one piece of the puzzle. And we already have all the resources that we need for the thresholds. So we should be good. So second turn, do we terrorize or change course? I think we're going to change course. We're under a decent amount of pressure right now, so I'd like to see things going. I'm not going to self-bury just yet. Him getting a Slithering Marauder here is really pain in the ass. That's the only troop besides Optimatron that is playing. That we're playing.
Yeah.
So
got out the Gooplasm.
I didn't start with a Succumb to Madness, so this is worst case scenario by 4.
Oh my god, it duplicated too.
But we should be on track. Are we dead next turn though?
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Not looking good. So is there a chance for us to get this murder? I don't think so. We may be able to go with the Hail Mary here. So clearly we do that. We do this. And we go with a Sapphire Threshold. And if this does 4 actions, we will win. If this is 4 actions, we win. Let's see.
Self-mill, come on, you can do it.
No, we did.
You whiffed.
Maybe he's going to bounce 1 before attacking. He sometimes does that. No, he smelled blood and he's going to kill her. So, welcome to the worst case scenario.
It happens.
Yeah. That's a combo deck, so you need to fetch these ends, you need to mulligan aggressively, and I've had countless perfect runs with the deck. Time Step Magistrate being able to get Slithering Marauder early in the game was a bummer. If you would have just gotten a... we've got 8 troops in the deck. We've got 4 Slithering Marauders and we got 4 Optimatron. So if we would have hit Optimatron, would have been perfectly fine. We've got a Marauder and Absolute Power, no Sapphire Thresholds though. These can most likely will be able to get us Sapphire Thresholds, but it's not a great hand, and we've got a free mulligan, so we're going to do it. So this is a much better hand. It could very well be a turn 2 kill as well. Do we want to go for the turn 2 kill?
Yes, we do.
The answer is always yes, right?
Yes.
It's always fun.
The answer is yes. No.
So we're going to see Forgotten Trillet is the next card for the donation incentive. It is a 5-cost artifact at rare. While this is in your hand, discard 3 cards. Play this for free. It has 3 one-shot. One that gains 3 temporary resources, gain health, 3 damage to target opposing champion or throat, and it can also reverse itself. So, in a sense, if you have this on the board, you will win the game eventually because you're doing 3 damage per 2 turns to your opponent. Amongst other things, you can gain health, you can gain ramp. And there's a, well, the key things is that the weapon equipment here adds the first line. So, discard 3 cards, play this for free. And
is it really a 5-cost artifact then?
It depends on how you play it. So we're going to... here we've got 2 blood thresholds. So what we can do is dump the Triolet, and you can target it itself. So you really just need to discard 2 other cards. And then we discard, say, this one. And then we're turn 2. So we're going to get this into play. Get 3 temporary resources. We've got 2 blood thresholds, so we can play Succumb to Madness. That is going to put half of our deck into our crypt. And what we're looking to see from the Succumb to Madness pick here, we want to see less than 4, at least 1 Slithering Marauder, less than 4 Optimatrons, and less than 4 Grunskift. So 2 Grunskift, 2 Optimatrons, that's perfect. If we have a Slithering Marauder, we should be able to win. And we've got Slithering Marauders. Well, there's multiple lines here, but for the most part, we've got a 25-25 Optimatron in our crypt. Right now, our opponent doesn't have 25 health. So we're just going to play the Slithering Marauder, which is going to get a Mordrin's Gift that has the Speed Gem. And we're going to target an Optimatron that has Crush and Speed now thanks to the gem. And we're going to swing on turn 2 for 25 damage. Crush.
Winning.
Yeah. And you can do a lot more silly things with this build, but for the most part, if you really want something that's going to crush any encounter, this list does really well. With the price tag that it has attached to it though, you if you really want to build it, it's fun and it's engaging and it's a small puzzle every time you play it. However, if you just want to farm the dragons or farm the arena in general, it's not worth the price point. You're just way better going with a brewery list that's going to be way cheaper, and you're going to be able to do a lot of great stuff with it. But if you have access to the card, this one is really cool because you can either win by swinging with big troops, you can win by burying them to death, and more often than not that involves trying your whole deck on turn 3. So there's a lot to love here.
Which deck is more expensive, like at its prime? Was it the what's it called, Slaughter Gears, or is it this guy or this one?
Slaughter Gears,
I would say this is more expensive.
Well, I don't know. At their prime, Slaughter Gears were like $30 each.
Yeah.
Like the Reavers, and the Replicator was 25 kind of ish. So you had like 200-ish right up from the gate from these two cards, but the rest of the cards were very inexpensive for the most part.
Yeah,
So
yeah, exactly.
I'd say this
Yeah, that's
one.
a good point.
I'd say this one is more expensive. It doesn't have the $30 cards, but it has a ton of cards that are above like 6 or 7. So here we're going to turn 3 Succumb to Madness, and again we're hoping to see less than 4 Ground Skiff, less than 4 Optimatron, and at least 1 Slithering Marauder. Likely good. And here it is. We've got our Marauder, and now we've got an Optimatron 26 on the Crypt. Opponent has 23, so we're just going to play that. And on turn 3, with a very low amount of clicks might have had, we're going to kill our opponent. So usually, if you play Succumb to Madness, you win. If you manage to play, if you play a Slithering Marauder, you win. That's how the deck works. So that's very, very, very powerful, and this is what we're doing with Forgotten Triolith. There's a ton of other lists with Forgotten Triolith, but let's just show you that it enables discarding, it enables the Crypt, it ramps, it controls the board, it gains you health, and it is an infinite source of power since it can revert itself and then gets its power back. So if you'd have to make a list of the most powerful cards in the game right now for PvE, Forgotten Triolith has to be, with its equipment, in the top 3. I don't think a lot of people would disagree with that statement.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And yeah, the price tag right now, if you want to get a hold of a set, is pretty high. So 4 with the equipment is likely worth at least 40. Likely something like 550, 55. So just need 100 more in the nation and we're going to raffle one of these. And I'm going to do this fight and then we're going to switch to another deck. So if we're keeping ourselves within the realms of the Frustrating Arena, what deck would we consider, what deck should we consider meta deck that we didn't show? I guess we need to show the Terrorberry deck. That's a given, right?
Yeah, Terrorberry. What else is meta? Your Nope deck is pretty close to my Cloud Shift deck. There's also the Seaweed Behemoth deck that I believe Artifaction has shared that we could look at as well.
Here we
Whenever
go.
you guys say Terrorberry, it sounds like you're saying Terrorberries.
Forgive me. I have an accent,
No,
so
even me.
do you see
It's
Bury
impossible
or
for it
Berry?
to
No,
not
it's
sound like
Bury.
berries.
Everything has berry in it now with the berry bunch.
I mean, if you think about it, you're just throwing a bunch of stuff in their deck, and then, oh no, found a bunch of berries full of spiders.
So this game is a bit different. So we're going to go with the Self Bury because we've got a Slithering Marauder in our hand, and thankfully we've got some Chronic Menace as well. So next turn should be turn 4. Usually when you don't turn 3 Succumb to Madness, you turn 4 Slithering Marauder into ideally into an Absolute Power to draw your whole deck. We'll see. And the fact that we just drew a Forgotten Triolith just solves our problems, because we can just enable cards in the Crypt. And now we have an Absolute Power in the Crypt, so we're going to show you another alternate win condition. We can Absolute Power. And now we've got 8 cards in our deck, right? So why not draw the whole deck on turn 4? Because that seems like a good plan. Why not? Why not draw the whole thing on turn 4? And what you'll notice is that we've got an equipment for Slithering Marauder that reduces the cost of all actions by 1. And we've got a decent amount of actions that cost 1, namely Chronic Menace. And Chronic Madness goes back into the deck. So if we're round right now, if we want to win without attacking, we can just Chronic Madness a bunch and then play a card draw spell that costs 1 for free. Get to play more Chronic Madness, and usually by the 4th we're good. And then we just pass the turn and we win. So if you're playing Absolute Power from a Slithering Marauder, you win because you'll be able to just combo kill with the Chronic Madness. So there are a few encounters that have Crypt 8 in the Frustrating Arena, and if you do that, that's your alternate win condition. The other thing that we could have done is just let's do the boss here because that's fun. You can since you have no cards in your deck, the Optimetrons are 50-50. So you just play other Slithering Marauders that you have in your hand from playing more of the Triolet to ramp, and then you just get a Grounds Gift, and then you just go with attacking with 50-50 Crush Troops, because that one is fun as well. First turn, so we've got Triolet to discard both Gift and Absolute Power. That's very, very good. We're just going to here, going to wait. You usually don't want to ramp to card draw with Triolet. You just want to, unless you're in a dire situation. Here we're missing a Blood Threshold still, but we've got a nice change course. Get the Blood Threshold that we need. We're looking for either Succumb to Madness or a Marauder, and we are good. Since we've got Mortar's Gift in our end, we could... this turn we even could have just Mortar's Gift, Troop in the Crypt. If we would have had a Marauder, we would have done that. So turn 2 Marauder. And we would have had the Absolute Power because of the discard, so we could have had a turn to kill that way as well. Oh, that list is really fun to play because of that. Like, there's multiple ways to win, and the sequencing is not trivial. If you play it enough, it becomes a second nature, and you go very quick. And my timed run, this is the deck that was the fastest, not by a big margin, again, over the Terramill deck, but I was doing some, like, there's not a lot of clicks, and it kills people really fast. So this turn, what do? We didn't draw any Marauders, so we're going to try and find a Marauder. Not happening right now. Non-crypt, and we could Forgotten Triolet, but I'm going to wait again. We've got 33 health. Next turn we're going to bury 2 more cards from the Champion Power. And yeah... Oh, Optimetron comes into end. And because of the equipment, it buries the top 5 cards of our deck. So we've got a Slithering Marauder, so we should be fine now. And this... And now we trail it to put all the pieces that we need in a crypt. We get some ramp going. We can get a Marauder that's going to be able to play an Absolute Power. That's going to be able to draw our whole deck. And then we can do whatever we want.
Nice. Absolute Power is absolutely powerful.
Yeah, Absolute Power for free is a bit good. And when they spoiled the card back then, the first thing I saw is that don't even look at the cost. This is draw your whole deck, so this is going to be a staple in PVE one way or another. Like, there's no way we're not going to be able to cheat the system to play that card. And let's say I don't want to go with the Bury this time around. I'm just going to go with a bunch of Optimatrons. And right now I'm using the Triolet that I have in hand to discard more actions so that my Marauders are free, all the while discarding Mordrum's Gift. So, and right now I think we've got 2 Gift and 2 Optimatrons, so we could just go gift into one of the Optimatron here, and then we do another Marauder with another gift to get another Optimatron, and then we can swing for 100 crush damage. Or we could just don't even attack and bury them to death. Leader's choice. And
Crushing them is a lot more fun.
yeah, I've killed Fentio with one game. Fentio, Elite Fentio, just buried all the right stuff, and on turn 3, without even playing Succumb to Madness, I was able to just combo kill him, attacking for 200 crush damage. That was so cool.
That's awesome.
He had like 20 spiders because I drew my whole deck, but it just didn't care about the spider. It just had 200 crush damage that turn, so that
Insane.
was just stupid strong. I'm going to try to restart the game though. I would like to have some background music from the game.
Oh, from the client, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just not allowing you to pick it up.
No, it's just that my after the client was open, I redirected my sound output towards my headphones.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that'll do it.
Normally we should get some audio now. No, it's not. It doesn't like that. Doesn't like my headphones, it seems. Bad. Let me see if I switch off the headphones. It should be okay. Just need to make sure that I don't wake up everyone in the house while doing so.
I know the importance of not doing that.
Playback device. Default should now be the speakers. And speak a bit.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
I still have this.
Yep.
Does that work though? We have. Oh no, it's not going to work because OBS is either my speakers or. Yeah, that's sad. I wanted to have some background music. Let's see. I can find some music. I do have music on my computer. Give me a second there.
Oh, cool.
Going to break a bit of
Do you have anything a bit heavier?
Well, you know what? I got some old school music. May have to skip a few songs. That's going to be a bit weird, but let's see.
Yeah, I probably couldn't play any of my music and get away with it.
Well, it's just the it's not streaming service, so it's breaking the copyright laws.
Oh, right. They get a little bit more strict with that lately.
So the the recording is going to get sound removed if I do that. So I'm not quite sure that I want to do that actually. I don't know. We'll try it, I guess. We've got most of the good stuff gone. Where's that? Here the volume at which it will start, but let's see. Oh wait, that one is going through my speakers now? What's going on? That can't be right. Okay. So I need to restore that. Oh man. That's really frustrating.
Darn technical difficulties.
Going to restart this. And now the game should be back here. Okay. Tap. Now. I don't know. Try this, but I can't check if deck, but it's not like, yeah, vampires just, the new vampire cards are very good, issue with them is that they're very slow. And the big payout card like Bloodlines are just not there.
Coach, your voice is really off right now.
Oh yeah, let me reset that.
Yeah, you sound like Optimus Prime and Bane.
It should be better now. Is it better
Oh,
now?
you're back.
Yeah, that's better. Much better.
I like the old one a little bit better, but now I can understand you.
Let me see. Fighting my computer right now. Got so much stuff open. What
yeah,
is
your PC held up the speedrun pretty well though, so that was nice.
I got a nice PC.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that had to do with Discord.
No,
it probably did.
Yeah, Discord. But the problem with Discord is that it reduces the quality of the video to cope with the multiple screens shared. So maybe you want to try with Skype to get a better. I'm not sure if Skype were going to get a better display, but it would have been nice to be able to read the actual names on the characters and the players.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
That would have been way better. And yeah, we likely need some system to show the player names when they're in split screen, but to remove it when we're switching to full screen. I'll likely need to develop a tool for that. Oh, wait. We get some sound now. Does that work?
No.
Because it should go, yeah. It's not going to go out in Discord though. It's going to go out on the stream.
Yeah, I'm like, I have your stream muted.
I also have it muted. So.
Yeah, so you want to hear the stream, the music, but there is music now.
Old rock.
Yeah. So next in the list was Terraberry, right? Wanted to.
Yep, Cherryberry. We should go over that. That's probably the most popular deck.
It doesn't sound like you're saying terror anymore. It's like Terryberry.
Terryberry.
Sounds like a cereal.
It is. It's a very delicious cereal.
Well, we could just say that it's a spiraling end deck, because that's really what makes the deck, right?
Yeah.
No, it's Terryberry.
Well, I don't think it. I think Fanteo's Gift and.
That's strong, but what makes it, what it is right now, the speed and the consistency.
Yeah,
really
I guess you can
spiraling
give that the spiraling end. Yeah.
Terry the Berry, yeah, absolutely. So we're going to review Terry the Berry deck.
Terry the Berry, I like it.
Going to remove that real quick. So there's multiple ways to build that deck, but the centerpiece is 2 cards, like we said. There's the Fanteo's Gift, or it's going to create 2 Terror and Terrace eggs for each opposing champion, put them into their deck. And when you're running equipment, what it does is that when there's a Tarantula that comes into play under your control, it's going to go back from your crypt into your hand, so you can play it again. And let me just adjust my volumes right now, because I hear that music louder than my voice right now. How is it with the people watching the stream? Is the music too loud?
No, music seems like it has good balance when I turned it on.
Okay.
But someone in the chat said a team viewer might be a good option for future speedruns.
Team viewer, I'm going to know that. I'm not familiar with it.
I'm not either, but we can check it out.
Actually, the music's a little bit low.
Quite low. Wow. Okay, I can make this a bit more, just to have some background noise. So. Don't you cry no more. Okay, I'm not going to sing. That would be the end of the stream. So, Fanteo's Gifts. Yeah, this is how you win fight, where you cannot bury your opponent, and you need to get some defense going. This is really good, because usually the odds of getting the Tarantulas is really low. However, when you're able to bury your opponent to death, really quickly, the odds of getting the turn to dust is really high. Most of the time you don't want to play the card because it just slows you down. But when you're in defense mode, this card is going to save your ass.
Definitely. Yeah, there's 3 different defense, well, what do you say, 3 or 2 different defense mechanisms of the deck. You're also running Spirit of Retribution for defense as well. That really helps you stall while you're working on your berry strategy.
I would say, however, that Fentio's Gift, if you don't have the full build with, the Crowning Madness and Cult of the Nameless Cities, you likely will be relying a lot more on Fentio's Gift to win games, as opposed to burying your opponent. So if you're just starting and you're getting the playset of Fentio's Gift, and you don't have all the best bury card, and you don't have the Spiraling End, this is going to be your main win con, and this is how you're going to win most games.
I like the inclusion of the double permafrost.
Yeah, this is an experimental, like I was iterating on the list for a while, and this is the last iteration that I have. So it's a couple cards off of what you would usually see. I know people that have been running the list like crazy to farm the dragons, likely have a more lean version of this, but yeah, this is where it's going right now. You've got a Spiraling End that are going to, at the end of your turn, bury 1 card per troops in their crypt, and this gets out of end really quickly. We've got a Nazlo card to bury them every time they play a card, including resources, and that's also yours as well. So that does a lot of stuff. Fever Bloom is awesome in this list because it +1 bury on every effect, your champion power, the Nazlo card, anything. It's just +1. And Fever Bloom with a Nazlo card on the board is likely going to bury them to death in just 2 or 3 or 4 turns. So these 2 together, it's just a win condition on their own. Cult of the Nameless City is 3 card draw, and it's 1 cost, and it buries once every turn. So that's great, and I'm going to have to work with the music because it goes up and down in volumes. It's just.
I think even for chat, I think even without the Spiraling End equipment, you should still be running Eagles.
Yeah, Eagles are just they're the best selection / card draw in the game with their equipment. It costs 0. You just need to have 2 Sapphire Threshold. You look at the next 4 card and you get 1. It's just, it costs 0 and you get selection 4 cards. you cannot want more.
It's like a better version of Acorn.
Yeah, it's literally, when you say that a card is better at drawing than Acorn, which costs 0 and is thresholdless, you got something there. Obviously, it's not as bad. It's not better overall than Acorns because this has 2 Sapphire Threshold requirement. But if you're in Sapphire, you're going to be hard pressed to not run the glove equipment with Dream Eagle. Often, when you're not running Dream Eagle with the glove equipment, you're running Morphology with glove equipment. That also functions as a card draw, but it also functions as a catch-all any card on the board.
You need a really, really, really good reason to not run Eagle.
Yeah, that's.
I agree. Yeah.
It's you're playing PVE. You're in Sapphire. Yeah, that's super hard. Well, maybe you're just splashing Sapphire and getting 2 Sapphire Threshold is hard. In that case, yeah, you're not running the Dream Eagles, but yeah, they're just awesome.
I mean, if it's not your style, that's fine.
Yeah. So
like PvP is so open that like you can even do things that aren't like the best decision and still have an amazing deck.
Yeah, and that's why we're talking, right? This is a sandbox environment. Of course, if you're approaching it with the mindset that I just want to farm gold, the amount of options that you have is going to narrow down to 1 or 2 decks at most in any given scenario. But between that really narrow scope of decks that are the best gold farming deck, the fastest, and decks that are not able to do anything. There's a million miles, and there are tons of decks that are fast, slightly slower but still fast, that provides you with a ton of gameplay, like the Nope deck that that we just played earlier. It's a fast deck. You can run the first ring arena in like 40 minutes, and that's pretty darn fast for a control deck. So there's certainly a lot of builds that can do things really fast that are not the fastest, but you have a lot of options. And to wrap up the list here, cards that bury, we've got Chromatic Menace, Cult, Fever Bloom, Naz Lookout, Spiraling End, Chaotic Murmurs. If it's in your deck, it buries cards from their top at the start of the game. So it's 2 per Chaotic Murmurs. We're running 4, so right out of the game start, and we bury 8 cards. And for protection for the harder fights like Elite Orgards and things like that, I really like to run Spirit of Retribution. Note that we're not running any shards that are providing diamond thresholds, but this card has a feat equipment that says if it's in your end and you get attacked, you will play it for free. So even though we don't have any diamond thresholds, we're playing that card, and we're also playing the equipment that gives it +2 attack so that it can actually trade with small troops. And if you plan on running the Bury deck for extended period of time in the arena and you're looking for these perfect clears, I highly suggest that you run a Spirit of Retribution in there. I've seen a lot of people not do it and just go for maybe, edging a bit more speed out of the list, and you're a bit more susceptible for these fights, but you can just skip them if you're not interested into perfect runs. Even more so if you're running 4 dragons.
I will say that my deck is almost 100% copying yours. The only difference is I'm not running the dual Shard of Cunning. I'm running 2 Blood Shards in its place, and I'm running 0 Permafrost and 2 additional Sapphire shards in that place. I also am not running the Daisy Chain equipment for Fever Bloom. I'm running the Nazak Lookout trinket instead. And what that does is occasionally when an opposing encounter plays any card, a shard or a troop or anything, I can spawn a random venom that sometimes ends up being beneficial for me, very beneficial for me.
Yeah.
No, I think I'll make that switch to with the trinket, because I've been using the Fever Bloom one, and I rarely ever use that thing.
Yeah, I'd like it. It's a, I did it initially because I didn't have the chain trinket equipment, but it's done a lot of work for me throughout the arena.
Plus, it's just more fun, in my opinion, and it's not that much of a difference.
Yeah, I agree.
Just going to fix something. I know people have been asking for who the hell is on camera right now, and
it's that weird guy up there with the zombie t-shirt. Who's he?
So we're going to fix that.
Also, your stream's haunted. There's a ghost.
I'm a zombie. Yeah, you don't have to put my name up there. I'm just a zombie.
Right there.
Yeah,
we've got name tag. Wait, name tag should be at the top, right?
Yeah, I see it. It's trying to dodge it.
Yeah, you're kind of stealth with your name, so. Is there a third voice? Yes, there is. That would be.
That's our pet.
That's our pet. That was rude.
Just show me the corner. Tell me to draw things every now and then.
It's Nemelix, aka RCD.
Alright, I love that song. I really love that song. That's really smooth. That doesn't fit at all with the theme of Chaos of Chaos Touch and Venons doing all kinds of nasty things, but yeah. So again, I was experimenting with the shard base right there. I agree that I'm likely not going to run 2 Shard of Cunning if I'd like to fine tune the deck. to make it faster a bit. And I know the random venom sounds is nice, but I like the reliability of being able to bury 2 cards with this. 1 card, but it's 2 cards because of him. But yeah, often you bury way too much that you need, so I can see this just being like, this is a small percentage point. I'm guessing this.
And it doesn't trigger off of itself. Like you'd need 2 of them out in order to like have it bury 3.
I'm pretty sure it does.
It does not.
Like it's 1 card, but when you play it, it buries 2. What is this one?
No, it just buries 2.
Yeah, it just buries 2s, but the text is that it buries 1, but because of its passive, because of its card text, it buries 2 in the end. And if you have a second Fever Bloom, it's going to the tree.
Okay, yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah. Well, let's give it a run, a couple of fights.
Okay, let's see it.
And what was this one? I think this one. Yeah, I started with Cuddle's forum post. I think that was a very good place to start for anyone that's interested in this list. But yeah, I experimented and switched things around. Even have a cool sleeve right here. Nice.
Very nice.
And yeah, we should be okay with that.
Oh,
Sort of nice.
that sleeve.
Hey, look at that. Yeah, first turn Fever Bloom is likely the best thing here. Or do we Chronic Menace? Nah, we Fever Bloom, right?
Always Fever
Yeah.
Bloom first.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Unless you have
Especially since you have
Lookout,
2.
then sometimes you wait. But
So we're going to go with some more shards, another Fever Bloom, and we can go to town with the Bury here. And we're already at 18 cards.
I don't run nearly as many half shards as you do.
Yeah, well, when I was testing, well, I did test with a lot of different configurations before ending up with this list, and some of them had heavier threshold requirements, so that's what I was saying. It's like, it's the last iteration of what I was testing, but the shard base likely has to be reviewed for sure. Where...
You go Sapphire. You need 2 Sapphire, you only need 1.
yeah, 2 Sapphire. There you go.
Got 3 cards.
You're in good shape now.
And going to look at the next 4 card. Yes, we still don't have Spiraling End. We don't have engines right now. So I think I just go with Kilt and try to see if we can draw more cards next turn. We're still like start of the turn. We're going to do 3 more. This is 2 cost, draw 3. Not too bad.
The other thing I like to do, at least in my version of this build, is I run Parrots.
Oh yeah, that's a very good card to add in this kind of list.
I mostly like it for copying the Chronic Madness, because that's a lot of fun.
Here, and then we can activate one of the Fever Bloom. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, it didn't save with the Nazucot equipment, or I did not save the right list. So this usually is able to block, but Mad Pack Master has a passive that makes cards interplay exhausted if they don't have the Gladiator, and we win. So quick trivia question, bonus point to whoever figures out what soundtrack this is right now playing on the stream. Yeah, the problem that I have right now is that in my headphones, the volume of the music is likely twice as loud as what you have on the stream. So,
Guy in chat says Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
and it is.
Nice.
I knew I recognized it, but like I haven't actually seen that movie.
It's a very specific style, but I'm a sucker for great soundtracks, and this one is just.
One of my favorite plays with including the parrot is like turn 1 fever, turn 2 lookout, and then turn 3 parrot resource, and then chronic madness, and that's normally enough.
Yeah. If only I could win Trillet based on my knowledge of foreign soundtracks. Well, oh, we've got a donation. We're at 10,175 right now. It might just be the $15.
Getting closer.
Might be the $15 donation.
75 more and we're there. Is somewhere. He's
We
somewhere.
need to... What's the command? I think I can change it from a command.
Like force the 4 hex.
And what time are you on until, Coach? You're on for another hour and a half?
We're on until... Let me check. I know it's my 6 a.m.
So 3 a? Is that
2 a.m.
2 a.m.? Okay.
Yeah. Until 2 a.m.
6 a.m.
PDT. I'm 4 hours ahead.
So guys, we got about an hour and 15 minutes left of the stream to hit some of these donation milestones. $75 more gets us an awesome play set of Forgotten Trilith, so hope we can hit that. And if 2 of you guys, or 3 or 4 or 5, get it, another $50 in, I'll donate the last 25 so that we can give this Trilith away.
I don't think we're gonna hit the extra set 8 spoiler.
You'd be surprised.
You never know. You never know.
Well, Corey's sleeping, right?
It just...
Or no? What's his name? Colin. Yeah, he's sleeping.
Yeah, Colin is sleeping. Yeah, the biggest issue that I have with X right now is that a good part of the community is West Coast. And I'm like 3 or 4 hours ahead, depending on the time of the year. So coordinating like podcasts and such is really, really hard. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of us are West Coast.
If it's week time, there's no way I'm like recording a podcast at midnight for me when I have kids that wakes up at 5:30 and 5 in the morning, 4:30 and 5 in the morning.
Yeah, there's no way to work that out.
And also I'm on call for the job, so if they call in between, it can lead for some very low amount of sleep in shorter bursts, and that tends to kill your energy pretty fast.
You're on call this entire weekend?
Always. I'm always on call.
Oh, you're always on call. Oh yeah.
Well, I manage a team, so I'm the escalation point. So it's not that bad. They only call me when the shit hits the fan, but when I'm called, I usually pull all-nighters.
Jeez.
Or it's someone that wants something that they shouldn't have, and they try to negotiate.
Oh, like an Axis layer or something?
Yeah, like, I know we don't have support for this, but we really want this to be done tonight. And the answer is 99% no.
Yep. Work with people like that too.
Well, that's clients, right? That's okay. They have businesses, they want to do things, and sometimes they need a little bit of hand, and on occasion we do agree to do extra stuff for free. But for the most part, no. That's call me at 2 a.m. You want something to be done before the start of the day. You need to have a pretty darn good reason. So
is someone dying? No, I'm going back to sleep.
Yeah.
Should make a flow chart for that.
Well, I have to say that I manage a backup services team, so when they need us, usually that's the end of the world. It's as close as to someone dying as possible in IT. Because if you need,
did somebody die? Yes, I'll think about it.
Maybe.
So it's usually not a person, it's a server. Like we just lost production server, guys, and we're not able to restart it. So we need to create a new box, and you're going to restart the server again. That's my bread and butter.
Awesome.
So
have you played the Seaweed Behemoth deck at all?
I don't think so.
Sorry, not Seaweed Behemoth. Well, why am I forgetting about his name? The behemoth that you get from
Master Run. That's not
Horror-Crafted Dreams.
The Horror-Crafted Dreams deck.
I think I have
Artifaction.
I haven't played it much though. Do I have him?
I have one put together.
I also have it put together.
At first, when I saw it, I'm like, this seems weird.
Yeah, it didn't make sense at first.
I think that's an interesting
like,
feature.
Okay, I get it.
But I don't think it's somewhat of a meta deck though. I think for meta we've got like Tron, we've got Buri, we've got some aggro control, Sapphire base, maybe the Cheated Bride. Yeah, I think the like blood base decks. But yeah, the Horror-Crafted. Let me pull a list there, and I build it.
I think it is kind of a meta deck though, because in a way it's allowing you to play the arena at a budget and still get flawless wins. So I think Artifaction did a pretty good job with it because it's utilizing a lot of cards from both the adventure zones, and the only real card that's not an adventure zone card that is, you know, semi-pricey is 4 Azura Fate Sorceresses.
Oh, that's great. Let me put that together. What is that?
Sure. You know what? Let me put a screenshot in this.
No, I have the list. It's in the
Oh, you do? Okay.
X campaign.
It's on the Frost Dream tier list too.
Yeah.
I'd say
I can even share my screen and play a little bit of it, so you can take a break on the.
Yeah, I was worrying about the quality, but I mean, maybe we could
for
try
one screen, it might not be too bad.
Yeah. Let's start a call.
Or you know what?
Discord.
Why don't? Well, we're already on Skype.
Oh.
Do you want to share from Skype?
Yeah, do it that way.
Yeah, we
that
could
might
do
be
that.
better. Let me see. Can I do share screen? Oh God, I got so many windows open myself. Here. Here's the deck list, guys. It's on the Frostring tier list. It has just 20 shards. It has a Howling Brave with the feat equipment, just, you know, in case you're playing a wild card. The feat equipment on the Brave doesn't really matter, but there's nothing else to really play feat equipment on that would matter. We're also running Cerebral Jackhat with the chest equipment because we can draw a card and then discard a card. This deck has a lot of you're trying to put the Horror-Crafted Behemoths in the crypt so that you can bring them back into play, because it has this head equipment here that says, while this is in your crypt, sacrifice 3 artifacts or your troops and put this into play. So that's how you're going to get this into play without having the Ruby Threshold. That's a big part of this deck. And then this says, when this dies, Death Cry, this deals 6 damage to each troop. Add 3 burning counters to each opposing champion. So it's just a big body that you can get into play. The other half of this deck is also relying on dream cards. So we have these dream cards here that you can cheat into play with Enter the Dream. So we're playing Enter the Dream here. It says, the weapon equipment says, when you have triple wild threshold, discard this, put all troops with Dream and their name from your crypt into play. And then we're running equipment on both Dream Eagle and Dream Bear to be able to just sacrifice them and get them into the crypt by discarding them from her hand. And then the big key here is Azurafang Sorceress with both the Berry Gem and the -1 cost in all zones. So we can play Azurafate for 3, and then when it comes into play, we bury 2 cards based on her attack. And then anything else that comes into play that has more than 3 cost is going to get these Berry Gems and -1 cost gems. So
basically everything.
Yeah, basically everything. So this is basically another Berry deck, but it's utilizing the Enter the Dream trigger to pull cards into play and then bury them off of Azurafang Sorceress, where you also can cheat the Horror-Crafted Behemoth into play to bury 6 cards off of Azurafang Sorceress. So, without further ado, I guess I can play like a game or 2 of this, show you what it looks like.
It's not Terry Berry is like a slow berry, and this is like bury them all at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a combo kill, right?
It is a combo kill, definitely. It's fun. It also has the ability to just attack damage, kind of like the Tarantula deck does. So forgive me if I don't play this well, Artifaction. I'm watching, but it's been a long time since I've played this. So a hand like this, I'm just gonna redraw here. Okay, this really isn't much better. Let's try one more time. I'd prefer to have 2 shards to open with. Okay, this works. This is good too because we have the Howling Brave opening. And then we can get the Jack Hat into play next turn.
And you basically have all the thresholds you need.
Well, I need another wild threshold. And I need another, oh, there we go. Got the other wild threshold. So we're gonna go ahead and, I guess we just put Dream Eagle in the bin. No, we'll put a Spring Renewal in the bin here. And
Yeah,
pass
that's
turn.
probably the right call.
Yeah, it's been a little while since I played this, but oh no, we lost our Howling Brave. It's okay. He already gave us our wild threshold, so
That's all he's really there for.
yeah, he did his job today. We're gonna put the other Spring Renewal in here, I think. Yeah, why not? So now we can play our Azurafang Sorceress. We're just hoping he doesn't have a second decree. Because of the Lightning Sky Hunter passive, we only buried 1 card there. All right, we're gonna change course.
I normally hold off on playing the Sorceress until I know it's gonna start to kill them.
Oh yeah. I think I used to do that when I played this in the past. I'll have to remember that next time. Let's see here. I guess we'll take the Brave. We're looking for a shard right now. Sapphire Shard, preferably.
Yeah, once you get that, you get to pick 2 cards.
Yeah, so we can do this. So this is a little bit of a cheat, guys, because, oh, never mind. Take that back. We're not doing that right now. I'll do it next turn. I thought I can use the Spectral Acorn as a target.
Yeah, I wish you could.
And I think we can get the last state with this trigger here. The cool thing is you can also get the Horror-Crafted Behemoth back into the crypt. Whoops.
Oh, did you sacrifice the behemoth?
Whoops. I
Yeah,
shouldn't have done
okay.
that because the Azura Fangs died. The second one came into play. That's die right now. There we go. Or enter the dream. Alright. So we're good. We'll just do that again.
What a million troops now.
And now they're dead. So maybe I'll play just one more, show you guys how this works again.
This is a cool build for sure.
Yeah, it's just another way to play Barry. It's I like the way Artifaction brewed this. I was thinking about doing something similar with Horrorcraft Behemoth, but I did not think to combine it with the dream cards. So I think it's pretty interesting. So we're gonna keep this hand. We don't have everything we want, but we're hoping we draw into either a Sapphire Shard or something else. We're gonna hold back.
The good thing is that it does have a lot of staying power, even against aggro. Like the Dream Bears, they do provide a lot of health, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more consistent than Terryberry. It's also a bit cheaper than the high-level Terryberries.
That's not good. I forgot he could take my troops. So he just took my Dream Bear out of my crypt. Put it into his. That's not a good thing for our deck here.
I forgot that too.
I'm totally screwed.
You're fine. You get just one Sapphire and you've got 2 Dream Eagles, so...
Yeah. Let's see if we can get lucky here. Nope. Yeah, I'm going to... can I do that in responses charge power? I think I can. Don't get nothing. Oh well. Alright. We gotta get really lucky here or we are dead. Or we could pop the acorn. You could pop the acorn.
You don't pop the acorn. It's a standard fight.
1700. Pop the acorn.
Pop the acorn? I only have 1700.
Yeah.
Alright.
Still not worth
it. Coach. Coach doesn't want me to have to go back into the deck. So it's funny, on my first playthrough of this deck, I had to pop 3 acorns, but it was worth it. Alright, we need to find something here.
I mean, you're not going to do the whole entire run, so...
Yeah, yeah.
The reason not to is it's early on, and then it just be Squirrel for the rest of it.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Not too big of a deal. Oh, and then I get a Sapphire off the top. Okay, so... Yellow Mystic Scroll.
Combo deck.
Yeah. It's fun. Something a little different. And go back in here. There, but we do have some blockers, so we should be fine. Oh, he just wiped the board.
Question for you guys while we're there. So we've seen very powerful combos.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Like you can't win. The burn will trigger before he draws a card.
We're good, man. We're good. We got this.
I do think that.
Oh, right. You have the bear. I forget.
And spring renewal for the win, so we're good. We got this berry on lock. Don't worry, guys. Only one acorn. Doesn't take more than that. It's like I have to remember not to be stupid. We got this.
Nice.
All right, we did it.
So,
We did it, fam.
Yay, dream
Yeah.
berry.
someone in the chat
Game.
mentioned that having more fights with phases, and I think I agree. I think this is where we're going with PvE for the harder content.
Oh,
Like-
I thought you're asking. Oh, what's the challenge you can?
Yeah, it's like phases or events. Phases or events would help quite a bit.
Yeah, like we have, right? The best example is Brew Crown's boss. Like it's very nearly impossible to kill with aggressive decks because you're not able to keep up. Like there's no way you keep up, and you have to go through about what 100 health point in 3 phases, and the overkill doesn't carry on the next phase.
And you can't even just bury them.
Yeah, well, you can, but then it gets another deck, so I think we're going to see more of these fights with phases, but we could also see, I'd like to see, you know, opponent with like 200 HP and 200 cards. Something like that.
200 cards and 2 HP. Yeah.
Yeah. Why
Just
not?
Reginald him with 5th book. You're good.
You're good. Yeah, but even
Or
then,
lonely Pete him.
like, even then, I'm thinking about that, but right now we have a deck that would kill any amount of HP in by turn 3 consistently in PvE. So even if there would be
Well,
a million HP,
if they don't have armor.
well, they
good
need
point.
at least 2 armor, because the Kitty has 2 attack, because you use Nog Nog as the mercenary.
So we need a raid boss that has at least 2 armor, 200 health, 200 cards in their deck. What else?
And multiple phases.
Multiple phases.
That's
Can't
kind of
be
hard,
no-
right?
If you look at the hard mode challenges that are the secret ones in Adventure Zone 2, like all those guys have at least 3 armor.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's
armor
true,
thing
Matt
is-
Erdem. So they're already designing with that in mind.
But it seems like a cheap solution to this, but like if all of the bosses, all of the art encounters suddenly have armor, that's like I'd like to
Yeah,
see
I'm
something
sure-
better.
Well,
I'm sure they
just
struggle
has
with the
5
design a
armor
bit.
out of nowhere.
I'm sure they struggle with the design a little bit about, you know, how do we make this so difficult that it's still possible, yet we're going to challenge anyone that comes to it to take it on.
Yeah, I like
I think
when the
that-
AI starts with already cards and effects on the board. That's one way to do it. You start from behind.
Give them really good passives. Like that was really effective. Like the first time going through those secret encounters, figuring out how to deal with all the passives was really a lot of fun.
Man, I hope the passives aren't like Ember Spire Witch and FRA though. So that hurts, not being able to heal when your deck is like themed around healing. But I you know, as people learn what they're fighting against, they'll adapt their decks to be able to deal with it. So
Yeah, but it's really hard. I was trying to think like we've got a few ways to cheese things out or to to get a win out of nowhere, but at the same time there are very few cards that enable it. So I can see them just saying, you know what, Kitty Pete is not it's not available, it's not permitted now, kind of thing, because Kitty Pete is very unique, right? Even if you have a build that kills on turn 3 with it, it's very easy for them to just say, well, it's not available anymore. For
yeah,
PvE.
or they just continue to design PvP legendary cards that have secondary win conditions, and and that will drive PvE players to purchase those cards. as a way to help them with that kind of content. But I agree that, you know, there should be some design implementation that eliminates that as the easy route to winning. I think it is better to reward and incentivize people that are collecting to be able to use their full collection and find interesting ways to get wins. And the more that they're driving players to legendary cards that are from PvP sets that help drive up the value of those PvP cards is better for the game all around.
Yeah, for endgame, absolutely, but we just need to make sure that early game,
yeah, no,
levels,
nothing
that's
should
not
be
the case.
trivialized in terms of high-end co-op content. But yeah, I mean, I do agree with you in chat. Just, you know, raids might take a much longer time to develop. I mean, the next thing that we're looking at, hopefully by the time, you know, 2018 is over, is AZ3 with like some really cool features that we have not seen before in PvE, like strongholds. Yeah, like potentially like some small form of crafting, some back-end systems that link up more with PvP players in terms of like trade and stuff. So a lot to look forward to.
Point.
What's that?
Maybe give towns an actual point. Like once you clear the zone, like there's no reason to go into a town.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that when we get keeps and buildings and I have to upgrade them and...
yeah, I guess that is part of Stronghold.
There's going to be a lot of things to do.
This tech looks dirty, Coach. I don't think I've seen this in action, but it's pretty fun. So you got Mordrum's gift to get back the big Mastodon guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, now everything that you play is going to be a giant Mastodon. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's awesome, because like as soon as you use your charge power, it's there. So now they have to deal with 2 giant Mastodons versus 1, and the Mastodon you're playing has spell shield. Is that how do you manage that?
That's speed.
Oh, speed. What's the other buff on it?
That is spell shield. I don't know how he got that.
What spell shield?
Yeah, your first.
How do you get spell shield? Are you cheating again, Coach?
I might be. I need to figure out. It's been a long time since I played it. Is that? Oh, it's this. It's Glimmer Fly Dance.
Don't worry about it.
It's what?
It's Glimmer Fly Dance. It gives +2/+2
Oh, Glimmer Fly Dance. Okay, so
if you draw a troop.
Got it. So that you Glimmer Flied it. That's awesome.
I need to get my place out of those.
Yeah, those are nice. Those are pretty easy to get from the sets. 6 chests?
Where combo
7
again?
chests?
It's like a second.
It's 7/7.
That's 7 chests, yeah. I got those pretty easily. Trialith was a difficult one for me to get.
Is it a second Chloro, or is it because it seems like a second Chloro to me.
So are you gonna Glimmerfly dance on your upkeep, Coach, before you draw?
Maybe. I don't even think
Oh,
about that
no,
stuff.
never mind. You already drew the card, so...
But, because often, like, if I have Succumb to Madness or Forgotten Trillet, things like that, I don't necessarily need to. I usually use it to just draw a troop.
Yeah.
Because next turn I can empower Greenpaw, sacrifice, discard Betrayal it, and then go Mordrum's Gift this guy.
Cool.
For turn
I
3,
like
that's
it.
not too bad.
Nope, not at all.
Oh, that also does work with your charge power, just not quite as well.
So
Yeah.
the Trialith you might want to play before... Oh, because it's going to up the cost of your Mordrum's Gift, but I guess it doesn't...
Yeah. That should be fine. But...
Yeah, you're going to have just enough.
So this is just a reanimator.
Oh, so you can sack Trialith and it'll still come into play. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's the cheat mechanic. That's probably something that should be fixed.
Well,
But,
if you read how it's worded, it behaves exactly as it is worded.
Oh, okay.
It is a PvP.
While this is in your
card,
hand,
so they
discard
can change
3
it.
cards.
It's not immune to nerfs.
Yeah, it could be
True.
nerfed. It could be fixed. It would make it
True.
marginally worse, but it would still be played in all the decks that I've used so far.
Yeah. So guys, these trial lists are what what will be next up on the list. We only got 45 minutes left with the coach, so
Yeah,
get
guys.
those donations in.
Well, not 45, an hour 45?
45 minutes.
No, it ends at 6. 6
Oh,
a.m.
six.
for me.
So
We've got
2
2
hours.
hours.
okay,
But we do
sorry.
need these donations to come in, though. That
I think it's
was...
because
Yeah.
PDT, we haven't transitioned to PDT yet. Still PST. I don't know. I
Yeah.
always get messed up with the
I think
times.
as soon as we get the time change for the winter, I'm going to be 3 hours ahead instead of 4.
Yeah, that's right. Well, if you're 4 hours ahead of us now, then we end at 3 our time, not because it's 1:15 a.m. here now.
Because it started at 2, but the last hour starts at 1 a.m. but it ends at 2 a.m. right? So
Well, it's 1:15 a.m. right now, West Coast. So
1:15. Okay, I might be.
or 1:17 a.m. Yeah.
Maybe we just have 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think we only have 45 minutes
Because
left.
the last hour is 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, so we're down to 45.
We're going to showcase other decks though, but we do have giveaways to do. We've got 5 Frost Art
Oh, that's right.
boosters and 1 Army of Myth poster sleeve.
After. All right, guys, let's do the 5 Frost Heart boosters. I'm gonna give everyone 30 more seconds to get on their other Twitch accounts to try to rig this. Just kidding.
I
Don't
can
do that. Don't do that.
Wait, hold on. I need to create some.
Okay, 15 seconds, 5 seconds, 2 seconds. All right, 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, rolling. Deserto, this is rigged. How are all these Cornerstone people winning? I'm just typing in chat, the winner is blank. No, just kidding. I'm using the Twitch raffle. Are you here, Deserto? Type your name and game.
If you were just typing in it, oh, NicoSharp won that. Oh,
NicoSharp
Weird.
again. The winner is NicoSharp again.
How lucky am I?
what's happening?
This is so
That's a
weird.
lot of sharp. Oh wait, you're playing Lonely Feed. No wonder this.
All right. Congrats, Dersetto. Okay, so we got the last giveaway, unless we hit our $200 mark later, which is the poster sleeves. Get hype. All right, we still got 45 people in the pool. We'll roll for these in about 30 seconds. as we watch Coach destroy with his flying Killipede of death. Thanks to good old Spirit of the Triumvirate Mercenary.
Alongside Lord Adrian's.
You're dead. Kaboom! 2 shots.
No, a Corporal Adrian.
Alright, we're gonna roll. Let's rig this one too.
Yeah, have it with me.
Winner is
Type in my name.
Edsort. Oh my god, this is so rigged.
Really?
This is so rigged. You would think I'm typing these names in. So rigged.
Hey, everybody,
Congrats, Edsort.
don't make extra Twitch accounts.
You win the AOM poster
Just,
sleeves.
Just join the Cornerstone Discord. That's all you need to do.
Yeah. We're getting banned. Never able to stream again. Alright guys, well congrats on the prizes. Some nice stuff. And let's watch Coach two-shot at everybody in the arena here.
So one of the deck that made me think about the difficulty of PVE was that deck, because we had Zokor, right? But
Yep.
with the Zokor deck, I wasn't really concerned about getting more difficult content, because it does a set number of damage, right? You're not going to do 2000 damage with the Lonely Zokor, and one timely removal and you're done. But
Yeah.
what the Cupid build does is that it's 1 turn slower. It doesn't mean that it's really slower because you're not activating your champion power. So even though you're taking 1 more turn, I would bet that this one is as fast or maybe even faster. And what it does is that it completely ignores health totals. Like straight up ignores everything. So
Outside of armor.
outside of armor, so that
Armor
becomes a
2.
real issue, right? That means this one just doesn't care about a health pool. So I think
Although you lost.
things like Killipede are going to be, if they become a problem, there's just going to be removing them from the pool, like, because they're obviously not going to change a card. It's a PVE card. It's a PvP card. So
Yeah, it's a PvP card. I don't know. I like the thought of being able to play Killipede in PvE. It's fun.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that if anything changes, it may actually mercenaries affect decks, the party passives. Because I think the party passives are the things that are being abused a lot more so than the individual cards and decks that are allowing you to find them consistently.
yeah,
I thought their solution to the Zokoi problem was like really weird, and like this doesn't solve it at all.
But it wasn't. You have to think of it that way. Zokoi is not necessarily a problem, because it's marginally faster than the Big Spider deck in the end, and right now it doesn't provide any big advantage or screws the economy or anything. So Zokoi, they just needed to nerf the consistency. They didn't need to nerf the speed, because right now that list is perfectly fine. And I'm pretty sure that once we're getting to newer content, this is still going to be fine, because it's a set number of damage, so they can just buff the health pool, and the Lonely Zokoi build is not going to be very good. They buff health pool, they add blockers, they add removal. I really not concerned about this one. And here you can see Killipede in particular, not only because of the card, but because of its equipment, that makes it so that when it dies, it goes back to the deck. And if you have any other Fate Wave trigger, you just get it back. So it's resilient. It's very resilient. There's not a lot of void effect in the campaign, right? And even more so in the first like 2 or 3 turns. So this is where I was like, well, maybe this card can become a problem, but it's a PvP card that is a problem in PvE. So there's not a lot of things that they can do, because the enablers, they're not the one breaking the game. It's just that the card bypasses the win conditions.
True.
But I like this one. I really like this one. It was from Axel, and yeah, that deck is really cool.
Did you try doing the Reginald in 5th book?
I've tried a couple different iteration. It was nice, but and it's even nicer when you have access to Triolite, since you can Reginald turn 1. It's not double threshold, right?
No, it's single. That's why I was thinking of it like, so it's the premise of the deck would be the same as this, except you take out the permafrost. You don't need anything but ruby shards outside of the Fate Weaves, and you play, instead of just playing a single card in your deck, you're playing 1 5th book and 1 Reginald. I haven't tested it yet. It's just theory. I think it would work pretty well.
Yeah.
Because Reginald's equipment gives it speed and that's pretty much all you need. But you also have the Spirit of the Triumvirate for that.
It's also worth noting, how many Reginalds do you have, Nico?
That's a good question. Let me double check here.
Do you have 1,700?
No, so I gave a lot away in like for Santa Hex and stuff. I gave some away, and then I gave some away for other things. I gave some away on stream, so I'm down to 38 only.
I thought it was 32.
I thought so. I said it was somewhere between like 30 and 50. I wasn't sure because I had like 60 something at one point. I used to buy a whole bunch of them, just thinking they're like the best card ever. But you know, I like cards that have alternative win conditions.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. For PvP, if they make it hard enough, that's okay. But for PvE, we're going to eventually find a way to cheat the cost or cheat the requirement. And we're going to end up with combo decks that win on turn 2 or 3 consistently. Like, I strongly believe that alternate win conditions are likely all going to get banned or restricted in PvE because of that.
I think there's one that's not gonna happen with. It's the one where they get 200 aids.
Yeah, well, you say that now, but say that we have a way to play, because we already have a way to play that card on turn 2 with Triolite, and we're going to get some more ways to play it earlier, right?
But how do you get the 200 aids?
I'm just saying. There's potential, but since it is PvE, they can just let it be in the game, and if at some point someone finds a way to break it, you either nerf the enabler or just remove the card, because there's not a lot of these cards. Anyway.
True.
Because they're the real problem. Like, when you can bypass the standard rule, this is where you bypass anything that it may be able to do for difficulty. And there's a lot of stuff like, because it's fun to be able to play aggressive decks and all, but what they really need to take care of is winning beyond turn 3. Well, winning before turn 3 consistently shouldn't be in the game. Turn 3 seems to be fine. Even now we don't have the hardest content that they can ever produce. And, you know, the AI does play some amount of the cards, and
what do you do about flyers?
You just attack in them until there's no more.
So, you know, one real interesting encounter too is a second encounter where you have to fight the captain, and he has the constant in play that prevents all. I think it prevents all the damage from being dealt to him.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, the game could also do stuff like that, where things in play that you might not, you know, think of having removal for, that prevent you from being able to win as well.
Yeah.
There's also
prevent mechanics are mainly feel bad though, as you all, you know, you mentioned that in the past, where, and I think it's right. Like, I think they should go towards not going towards prevent mechanics to make things harder. Like, add a troop on the board, or if you go with prevent mechanic, make it a constant or an artifact that you can destroy.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. So you don't want to make it a passive, but you can make it, you know, artifact based. Like the field medic for the arena has a passive that says, like, all non-troop damage is ignored basically. That does not feel good when you're playing, when you want to play something other than a troop-based attack damage deck, like Chant deck or something like that. So they do have to still be mindful of those types of things, but I think there's more flexibility when it's a single encounter or a raid, where they can incorporate that type of thing in the deck to make someone on the raid bring constant removal. It's not going to be the end of the world, and it makes you think about how you design the deck to beat the encounter.
Wait a second. Somebody says that Bibliophile has a turn 3 or 4 win deck.
Yeah, it does require a couple of cards though. The last I checked, it was at least 3 cards for the combo kill.
Oh man, I'd like to see that one. That'd be fun.
That sounds really cool.
So you're reducing the cost of the Bibliophile, then you're copying. That must be campaign replay. Is that a campaign deck? I can't see that happening in front. Play the cards that are in combo decks. I can agree with that for sure.
I think every Johnny on the planet would agree with you.
Yeah, that's that. But look, what I really like is that you look at the PVE right now, and yes, we do have decks that are good and are doing powerful things, but even the turn 3 win decks most of the time, and sometimes 2, they're not oppressive to the PVE meta right now. And we've got a great number of decks that can win on turn 3 and 4 that are all engaging all types of deck, aggressive deck, combo decks. We've got control decks that can win relatively early as well. So right now PvE is, to me, fairly well balanced, like above what I would have expected, because they're not playtesting that much PvE, right? They're using, like, they're good at designing things, and they have a good understanding on where they're going, and even more so as time passes, but for the most part,
yeah, I mean, in terms of PvE,
but even in PvE damage is fine. Damage then would be fine.
Yeah, it's okay. The the only things that got nerfed, what do we have? The Enter the Dream stuff got nerfed. Slaughter Gears got nerfed.
Well, Slaughter Gear doesn't really count.
Healer got nerfed. What did you say about Slaughter Gears?
They didn't really count because they nerfed it like 1 year after they were good.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess Slaughter Gears probably.
But I meant to say that it feels like a nerf for the future more than a nerf for the current state of the game. Because if you look at the other nerf, the Slaughter Gear was a different one. Because, at Terror Reader, they were a slam dunk, and they were making things that kill. Like, turn 1, turn 2 consistent kill, they need to be nerfed. Like, 100%. No question. But Slaughter Gears, they were nowhere near that. But I have a feeling, but they have an extra.
Yeah, I'm still not quite sure why they did it, to be honest with you, but it was one of the fastest old rostering decks, so maybe they just wanted to push people in a different direction. But
Even then, like, after Slaughter Gear, there was the Red Ranger deck, and that was clearly the fastest for Arena, and it was for a couple of months at the very least. So say that when the Frustrating Arena, when we were in the prime time of the Slaughter Gears, a couple months after that we had the Red Ranger list, and then that took over, right? And once we had the Red Ranger list, the Slaughter Gear weren't even prime time, and they weren't even the fastest. So it's been like after the Red Ranger, after we had AZ2, the upgrade to Frustrating Arena and everything, and then they nerf it. That doesn't work, right?
yeah, I think that's why a lot of people were confused, but anyway.
That's why my reasoning is going. Is like, okay, so if you're not nerfing it because of what it is right now, it's because you fear something in the future. But then you can make the argument, maybe they could have waited.
Oh, easily. I think what they wanted to do is provide even more easily obtainable cheat options for threshold fixing, and with the additional cheat options for threshold fixing, being able to get the Slaughter Gears into play even earlier would have been scary. So
we do have one card that is like that though, with the upgrade to Frustrating Arena, that was Pyre's Ceremony.
Oh yeah, Pyre Ceremony. And that gives you additional resources, but it
not
doesn't.
Just resources, thresholds as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think it does give. Does it give threshold?
I'll check.
With equipment, I thought it just gave you additional resource. I'm looking at it right now too. So default, it does not give you threshold, and with equipment, it does not give you threshold. Pyre Ceremony.
Maybe I have another one in mind.
You're looking at, there's also Suffering Pyre, but that does not give threshold.
Wasn't there a PVE card that came in with Frustrating Arena upgrade that generates a couple ruby thresholds?
Like
not that I'm aware of. I'll take a second look.
I could have sworn.
Guys, we're down to 20 minutes, and we're only $50 away from Forgotten Triolith.
It would still be a turn 2 Slaughter Gear Reaver Pyre Ceremony, so it's still
Savas Brilliance. That is a card that does give you threshold as well, but I don't think that's the one Coach is thinking of.
Yeah, maybe I'm just confusing cards.
Who's coming in to kick us off? Just curious.
I don't know. Who's on deck after you, Coach?
That would be Nero.
Where does he live?
Oh, Nero, awesome.
He's Nero New York, he's in New York.
Nero, I can't do anything to that guy. He's too nice.
Do anything? Why would you do anything to anybody? How could you do it?
That should be your default state.
We need more PVE content.
Oh gosh. I don't know. Coach, it sounds like Coach has already had kids getting up, so, and I'm getting tired, so I don't know if Coach or I are going to be the ones who create the additional content in the next 2 hours.
Well, I can stay until he's getting there, but Nero is in chat right now, so
Oh, nice. Hey, Nero. Awesome.
should be perfectly fine.
So, yeah. I hope we can hit the next donation. I'd really like to see someone get an awesome set of Forgotten
Yeah.
Triolith, and it's
If
too
we
bad
don't-
that we've only been able to raise 125 during our segment, but I know a lot of people have already
Yeah.
donated, and you know
We
it
reached
is
the
a late
goal.
hour.
We reached the goal. It's late hour. It's last night. In the middle of the night.
Yeah, and I donated a little bit during Thrawn's segment. That was fun. I've
So-
never seen him do the Dungeon Masters.
Oh
Pretty
yeah,
neat.
that's super fun.
Yeah. Yeah, but definitely, guys. Like the Forgotten Triolith is hot, very hot.
Yeah.
Cheating, bro.
Need 75. And you
I'm
have
sure,
20 minutes.
Sure, Coach. Yeah, 20 more minutes. We only need 50. I'll put in the last, so
Ah.
I'm making it easier on you guys. Nero has his priorities in order. No pants, get some good New York pizza, play a little Hex. Life is good.
Sounds like a nice plan.
Actually, yeah, replay. That might be a way to get things done. I don't know.
Oh, Nicholas has the bibliophile combo in the chat.
Oh, nice. I'm going to take a look at that right now.
See,
Thanks for sharing.
do I have enough to build that?
24-inch pizza? Oh, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's got 24 inches.
You are living. You're
24
living the
inches and
life.
No pants.
Do I have a cam in your place? No, I've just watched you eat pizza and stream before. I figured if you're gonna do some Hex streaming, you're gonna be eating some pizza and enjoying life.
You know, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
true.
people would be happy just to sit there and watch you eat pizza.
So Pyre Ceremony is part of the combo deck that Artifact
Yeah.
is talking about. That's cool.
Oh, for the
For the Bibliograph fight, Bibliophile.
So
Engrossed Bibliophile, there you go.
you need to find a way to draw a card when bibliophile readies. At least that was the other combo that I saw. But started to but it resources through champion.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure this out how it works right now. It looks like
How expensive is it to put together?
it's not expensive at all. Outside of the Pucid's Whispers, really, in the Bibliophile, it's not even running Bibliophile's equipment. It's actually a very affordable deck.
Let's try to put that together.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how it plays. Oh, I figured it out. Okay, I figured it out because if you have Blizzard in play, you ready something when you draw a card, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh.
you get
Yeah, there you
you
go.
get the Bibliophile the tap to make
A constant that draws.
or a constant that I don't know. The other term preach.
Draw a card on.
Oh yeah. So Pucid's Whispers has a weapon equipment that says deploy each champion draws 2 cards. So your bibliophile is constantly readying every time you make a copy of Pusid's Whispers. That's sick. It's an awesome little deck. So constant that has draw a card, and bibliophile is all you really need with Blizzard in play. That's really nice.
Just hope you don't know yourself.
It's a 3-card combo.
Yeah, it's
And one of those draws you a bunch.
I guess the thing to figure out with this is how do you do that by turn 3 or 4 when the combined cost of all these cards is 10? Like the Pusid's Whisper and Blizzard is both 3 cost constant, and then Bibliophile is 4. So how do you do that by turn 3 or 4? Oh, Pyre Ceremony. I guess that's how you do it by turn 3 or 4. But then what are you?
Like,
Yeah, there's no basic shards. I guess they're I don't think I'm gonna build that until I see it in action. I
Yeah.
want to see this work.
You sent the rare equipment, right? I needed the uncommon.
No, I sent the uncommon.
Yeah, he did. You might need to save and then.
Yeah, hit
go out and
save, back out, and then reload.
Okay, that works. Okay, I have absolutely no clue where I'm going with this, but we're going to figure it out.
No one does.
If you can't figure it out, then we're just gonna have to get Artifaction in here, have him play it. Prove it!
And then he just comes in and is like, I don't think anybody would actually play this.
It's there's that one guy on the forum. Render card decks. One of these days, I'm gonna build one of his decks and just like let him know how good it is.
We've got card draw.
I think that's a good hand.
I guess that's the perfect hand. No, I'm kidding. I have.
It actually doesn't seem bad.
I mean, based on the cards you have in your deck, it's hard to tell.
Maybe an acorn. That's good.
Hey, good morning, Crafty. Alright, we're trying to figure something out here. Someone needs to keep track of chat, because Artifaction has been giving us
I'll look at
hints.
chat. Let me see here. You're off to bed. Good night, COS. Again, guys, we're only you know, there's only technically 8 more minutes of the stream, and we only were able to get about $125 donations during the segment. $50 more, and I'll put in 25 as well, and we will hit the threshold. Yeah, for Forgotten Trellis set of 4. It's an over $50 value just for those cards, so if anyone's feeling lucky.
Yeah, make sure that you join the Cornerstone Discord before you...
Yeah, because apparently you have to be in the Cornerstone Discord to win. But no, that's not true.
Yeah, it's not true, but that's how it's been working.
So, yeah. How's the deck going?
I've been drawing cards.
Oh, that's good.
And I've made some mistakes, but I don't think they're super crippling.
So you're saying we got a chance to actually make this work?
Maybe
Double
not.
block.
That didn't work. Okay, I'm just going to skip this fight. With the added cost, it's just...
You just got the win con.
You got this.
Yeah,
You're good now.
I should have not blocked.
I forgot I'm on a 15-second delay, so I'm telling you not to block when you've already blocked like 15 seconds ago.
Oh, this feels cool. We've got Blizzard, we've got Puss's Whisper.
Sorry guys, we're gonna get there. Have faith. Draw 2 cards, get a shard. Nope, no shard. Well, at least you get his cards. You get your, I don't know.
So Nicholas is saying we need to play shards, so... Oh right, we've got a lot of stuff. Nice. Diamond. We need to draw more cards. Now we need a Bibliophile, right? And we need a Blizzard. So we need both of these things.
Revert the Forgotten Trilith, or the Forgotten Tomb Seeker.
Draw a card.
That's the way to draw. Or it's card draw, right?
Card draw.
So the AI doesn't take cards because your cards are not troops, right? Or artifacts.
I feel like I want to
Just
decrease something
resources.
right now.
You should Blizzard.
We're going to get a shard next.
Do we win?
We kind of need Bibliophile for that.
Shard! Got a
I know,
shard!
but you should nuke the enemies.
Does Bibliophile have speed?
No.
I need... Yeah, we need Blizzard at some point, but we need to draw cards. Do we have any card draw here?
Do you have,
You have reversion, right? No, you just have repel.
Do you have equipment on clarity?
So let's just do Blizzard. And ceremony is 5, so...
You save up for repel, take out the flyer.
And now we've got Blizzard on the board.
Yep, not bad.
Hey, guidance. No, that's not what we wanted. Do we draw? We don't draw. I'm going to double Blizzard. That's slightly worse than one Blizzard, but we're testing things.
2 Blizzards is worse than 1. I'd rather be in only 1 Blizzard.
Unless that blizzard is a Dairy Queen blizzard, you can have 2 or 4.
Well, if there were 2 Blizzards, then you'd have 2 Worlds of Warcraft. And I don't know what you do then.
So we've got Constance.
That we do. We do have Constance.
We're going to pull off this combo if it's the last thing we do.
Wait,
It's
is
probably,
it
it is the last
Blizzard?
thing we're doing, unfortunately.
So we're going to target...
Hey,
No!
she's in! We got her!
No!
Okay, one more turn. This
No.
3-turn combo is pretty effective. Oh, never mind. next time.
Next time on
No.
Dan Grove.
No! No, please no. We need another one now. You need to add a 4th card in the combo. Make sure that the Bibliophile has speed.
We need that mime of the guy with like
Oh.
his hands and the like crazy hair. We need that mime right now.
You mean Tape Face?
No, we need table flips. That's what we need.
Do it again.
Alright, it's gonna
Do it
work
again.
this time. I have a
No,
feeling.
no.
Nope.
Move it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Maybe he'll target his own troop. Nope. Not that lucky.
You know what? We may not be able to do this.
We're never gonna win.
I know how it works though. It seems really cool.
We forgot to put in the solitary exile to get rid of his advantage.
If I use my degree equip, it's not going to help me. Oh, right. No, that's going to help me. This is how we do this.
Yeah, you can play his. Oh, that's the turn 3 win strategy.
Wait, how
Play
do you...
their cards.
Yeah!
You got this. Wait, why'd you? What?
Oh, that...
All right. The delirium has set in.
I'm so happy right now.
Oh my god.
We got this.
No,
you got
here comes
another
number 4. Number 4 is coming down right here.
It It's in his hand.
We got this. So, what do I do now? I just want to get this over with. I don't know how.
You copy Pusted's whisper. Copy Pusted's. This is how you win.
Okay. All right. It's this.
Copy Pusted's. There you
I
go.
think you're gonna deck yourself before you kill him.
What? I
shit.
kind of feel like going to
wait.
die
How
here.
do we win from this point? I'm not quite sure.
Do it again. Copy Cupid and then deck yourself.
Oh man.
We may be missing something. I'm not quite sure.
Now what do we do?
We can draw the whole deck.
After we deck ourselves, what do we do, guys?
You need 13 constant, so you.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
That's the win con.
What's the 13 constant?
That it's her secondary win con, I think.
Yeah.
20 or more constant. That's right.
Right, you're gonna deck yourself first.
Yeah.
You can play
oh,
constants
okay.
from your.
So how many do we have right now? We got
Just keep
7,
playing.
8, 9, 10.
Okay, so now you
Yeah.
can copy something else and then use the spectral acorn ready here.
Yeah,
Copy,
that would be
copy
safe,
degree or
right?
something.
It doesn't count artifacts.
Or no.
No, but we're going to card draw. That's
Yeah, you're not gonna deck yourself now.
Now you can use acorn. Ready here.
the win con triggers instantly. Yeah, after the activation it triggers.
This is one of those decks. It's like, yeah, really like 5% of the time, and it'll take you 30 minutes, but you can do it.
We figured it out. That's the important part. Hey!
Okay, got another acorn. Got another acorn.
My goodness.
Yeah.
That was the hardest win I managed to get in a very long time.
I don't know. I think we got tier 1 right there.
I'm not playing this deck.
Put
I
it
know.
on S tier.
I love this deck. I'm ending the stream every time with this deck.
All right, guys. So I think our time is up.
Yeah, our time is up. That was a very great way to end the stream, though.
Put that in
Yeah.
the highlight reel.
Thanks everyone for hanging out with us, and hope everyone had fun. I know PVE is there's going to be a lot more fun stuff for PVE coming next year. Can't
Yeah.
wait. So hopefully the community for PVE gets larger, and there's already fun things to do, but more things are coming.
Yeah, and if you want, I'm going to do shameless plug here before I end the stream. If you want to join the Wardens of Entrad Discord, it is open to public. You don't need any commitment. You just enter, and there's going to be a ton of X-player there to help you out with anything that you need. Question, cards, theory crafting. We're producing regular content. We're still in the setup phase, but we already have a website going and all the nice things. So you really won't want to miss that. And yeah, it's a group, right? You can call this a guild if you want, but it's open to public. So you just join, and if you're a content creator for HexTCG, hit me up. I'm going to hook you up with the Wardens, and what we do is that we make sure that you get the best possible visibility for your stuff, alongside with any help that you may require to produce or publish your content. So if you want to start producing content for X, you don't know where to start, just hit us up. We're going to hook you up with something on our website. We're going to help you out, get started with videos and articles, and we're currently developing a lot of templates to make this very easy for everyone to publish their own content in a very nice format. So we're still in the setup phase, but we've had an average of 5 new Discord members joining every day for a month now, and we're just growing. So all positive discussions. No one is being an angry Joe in there, and I have a strict policy on behaving on that Discord, and I want this to be as friendly as possible for new players as well. And we've had a ton, and that's a lot of fun. So if you just want to hang out, speak about X, or you're interested in PvE, or you want to produce content, just hit us up, and we're going to hook you up with all the best from X.
Yeah,
and
even I'm nice over there, which says something.
Yeah, it has a positive effect on everyone joining. It's like you join the Wardens and you become more zen and happy in your life. That's how it works. We're going to have Nero here next. Yes?
It also helps if you have Pused Whispers.
Yeah, Pused Whispers definitely make things better. If you...
oh no.
I just need one of those in the bow and I can build that.
and yeah, Nero is next. Even though we reached our goal for the charity stream, it doesn't mean that we stop there. We want to raise more money. This is for the kids. It is a very, very noble quest to have, and there's a metric ton of stuff that are still going to be giveaway. Nero has some insane stuff. Is one of the most generous player in the game right now, so you do want to stay tuned and follow up with Nero here. It's going to be tons of fun and tons of giveaways. And after Nero, I believe this is the open group segment, the last segment. Yes, this is. So starting at 8 a.m. PDT, anyone who wants to be there basically will be there. There's going to be giveaways, tons of stuff. Nero will be there, and I bet that a lot of the caster that you've seen so far since the beginning will be there as well. Hoping maybe we'll see some more people from X Entertainment. That would be cool. We spoiled 2 cards this segment. If you want to see them, they are on Twitter. I'm pretty sure they're going to be added to the 5 shards or X Primal tracker fairly soon.
I thought we only spoiled the one.
Well,
somebody else who spoiled.
Well, we talked about the other spoiler.
That was Broombot that spoiled a card in the... or I don't know if it was spoiled elsewhere and he shared it, or if he himself spoiled it, but he shared it in the stream and we talked about it. And that was one that I had not seen yet, so I'm fairly sure it was new.
Yeah. He may have spoiled it on his... he was doing a post thread as well, so he might have cross-linked here.
Yeah.
But yeah, a very cool card.
$1,000 spoiler just because.
It's not going to be there for a long time. But we're going to do special with the $1,000 spoiler. Okay, so we're stretching things here.
We could do another event.
We're going over Nero now. So Nero, I'm going to shut down the stream now, and I'll let you take over. Or are you ready? Or do you want me to fill in for a couple more minutes while you set up?
I think he is. Looks like he might be ready. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you later, Coach. See you later, Nemelex, and have a good stream, Nero.
Goodbye, guys.
Bye.
Okay, the stream has stopped.
Okay.
Nice.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was fun.
Do you have another Pused Whisper?